California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. Noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. The City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abeykoga.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Here.
Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll proceed to item 3.1, affordable housing at 87 East Evelyn Avenue. The purpose of this study session is to receive Council's feedback on the project principles and development priorities for future affordable housing development on the former Valley Transportation Authority site at 87 East Evelyn Avenue. Council's direction at today's study session will inform the request for qualifications and request for proposals process that staff will initiate to select an affordable housing developer for the site. Would any council members like to make disclosures? I'm presuming that's to anyone visited the site. I did. Councilmember Lieber.
I'm sure that I definitely have visited the site, and I'm sure that I must have met with someone.
Thank you. Councilmember Abeykoga.
Thank you. I have visited the site, and I don't know if this matters, but I am an ex officio member of the VTA board.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I have visited the site on my own.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I've visited the site as well.
Thank you. And Councilmember Showalter.
Same for me. I visited the site with homeless advocates.
Thank you very much. Housing and Neighborhood Services Manager Michaela Hellman-Tincher will present the memo. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, council members and Mayor Ramirez. Just want to make sure you can see my entire PowerPoint. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thanks all. Again, my name is Michaela Hellman-Tincher, Housing and Neighborhood Services Manager. The purpose of tonight's study session is to receive your feedback on project principles on the development priorities and development priorities for the future affordable housing development at the VTA site at 87 East Evelyn Avenue. And your feedback today will inform our request for qualifications and request for proposals process, which we will initiate to select an affordable housing developer for the site. The site is outlined here in yellow. It's approximately 2.1 acres in size. It's bordered by Pioneer Way, East Evelyn Avenue, and some office buildings. Across of East Evelyn Avenue is the Caltrain Railroad tracks, and just beyond the adjacent property is Highway 85. The property is about a half a mile from the Mountain View Transit Center and 0.2 miles from an entrance to the Stevens Creek Trail. It currently has a general plan land use designation of high intensity office, and it's zoned as general industrial. And as mentioned, the site is a former VTA park and ride lot and is currently being used as a safe parking site. Just a little history on where we've been with this site. In May of 2019, Council authorized the city manager to negotiate and execute a long-term lease with an option to purchase the VTA property with an intended future use as affordable housing. In September, staff signed the ground lease with VTA. And since then, staff have been working with consultants to examine the economic feasibility of different housing scenarios for the site, We worked with an architect to understand possible densities and parking scenarios, and we've been coordinating with planning and public works staff. In advance of this meeting, staff sent notices to neighbors and also met with the safe parking residents on the site to inform them of the meeting and also about the general timeline that we're working with. The ground lease that the city has with VTA involves an $11 million upfront payment with $2 million due at year 10 or at the time of purchase. The option to purchase begins in January of 2023, and staff intend to execute the purchase option per council's direction. Of note, there is a continuing Federal Transit Administration interest in the land because their funding was involved in the original acquisition of the land. FTA has reviewed and approved the city's ground lease and purchase and sale agreement with VTA. There are some restrictions that carry forward after the city purchases the property, mainly that it must be used for affordable housing. The housing must be built within 10 years of the ground lease commencement with a few extensions if there are extenuating circumstances. That if there is a preference for Mountain View residents, that VTA employees be included in that preference, and that the site be developed at a minimum of 75 dwelling units per acre. As city staff studied different scenarios for future affordable housing on the site, we developed a few principles to guide the analysis and to guide the RFP process, noting that this is a particularly rare opportunity to meet the city's housing needs due to its location, size, and the fact that the city will be the owner of the site. The first project principle that we recommend is that we use the site to focus on unmet housing needs, meaning housing solutions that are mostly underprovided in the city's current affordable housing stock, partially because there have been limited opportunities to provide them. This would include more units for large families, as well as more units for residents experiencing homelessness. There are simply not a large amount of 2 and 3 bedroom units in the city's current affordable housing stock, and there's quite a lot of demand for them. There's also only one development in Mountain View right now that has the combination of rents and support services that would make the units appropriate for households that are just coming out of homelessness. We do have 200 of these, what we call supportive housing units in our pipeline, which is extraordinary, but it's still significantly less than the need. There were 606 unhoused community members counted in the last homelessness census in Mountain View. The next principle that staff recommend is balancing the opportunity for density. It is a large site and a lot of units are possible, with the need to include appropriate amenities to support all the residents on the site. Third, staff recommend using the extraordinary location of the site, so close to downtown, Stevens Creek Trail, and Caltrain, to make it a big housing opportunity, but also recognizing that this is the first residential development in this neighborhood, and any housing will have to create a residential feel where there wasn't one before. Fourth, staff recommend being mindful of cost. The city's affordable housing pipeline exceeds our projected available funds. So when we are selecting a developer, staff will make it a priority that the developer leverage and maximize external funding sources, all else being equal. Fifth, staff recommend that this development be high quality and well-designed. The developers will be asked to consider placemaking and community building and be encouraged to make this place a place that the residents and also the city can be proud of. We reviewed a few scenarios that led us to determine a few suggested priorities that we would like council input on tonight before we incorporate them into the RFP and RFQ process. The first parameter that we looked at was density. As I mentioned, the ground lease requires a minimum of 75 units per acre. And based on some feedback we received from our economic feasibility consultant and also our architect consultant, we studied a maximum of 120 units per acre. Given how close the site is to transportation, it's a good opportunity for high density, but we also want to give the developers room to add amenities like open space and service space, which would cut down on density, as well as larger units for families, which would also take away the density because we calculate density on a per unit basis, not a per bedroom basis. In the end, staff recommend a density that results in approximately 160 to 200 units on the site, which would probably be somewhere between 6 and 8 stories high. And that sort of large range is meant to give some wiggle room for the developers to include amenities and service space. Then we looked at potential affordability scenarios. And we studied scenarios from well below 30% of area median income all the way up to 110% of area median income, keeping in mind that if this project is going to be competitive for state tax credit financing, it needs to have an average of below 50% area median income. We particularly looked for area median income, or AMI levels, that are not covered by our existing below market rate program, which typically serves households at 50% AMI or above. And also thinking about the fact that even our 100% affordable housing sites typically serve households at 30% AMI and above. But we know that there are at least 6,000 households in Mountain View that earn 30% AMI or below. We also wanted to think about the fact that in a project of this size, we need to be thoughtful about it being truly inclusive with a diverse range of residents, as is typical of any hopeful development in an inclusive community. We also were mindful of the fact that there isn't a lot of funding for units above 80% AMI, and we do have units above 80% AMI being built right now in our inclusionary program in market rate developments. So with all that considered, staff recommends reserving at least 30% of the units for households below the 30% threshold, which is highly needed in our city, as well as a range of other incomes with a max of 80% AMI. And I realized that was a lot of percent AMI numbers, so I thought we should show you the actual AMI levels as they stand today. This is the latest chart. It gets updated annually by the state. And just as an example for us to put some real numbers to this, if you look at what a household of 4, so that sort of fourth column, it would be making, if they were considered extremely low income, which is 30% of area median income, they would be earning $49,700. That's clearly not enough to live off of in our market rate developments here in Mountain View. But it's also quite a lot to ask of a household to earn if they, for example, recently lost their job or their housing, as we know many of our community members have, especially in the recent years. So that's why we're looking to ensure that some of the units would be affordable to people below that income level. Next, we thought about the desired resident population and really considered the unmet needs that we analyzed and referenced earlier, which are the permanent supportive housing units for people who have experienced homelessness, as well as housing for larger families. And when serving those populations, we thought about the need to make sure that whichever developer is our partner, they need to provide the right amenities and services to support each of them appropriately. So we would require things like service spaces for the formerly unhoused and play spaces for families with children. Finally, we analyzed potential parking needs for the site. We considered a couple of factors, including the high cost of potential subterranean parking, the proximity of the site to Caltrain and the Stevens Creek Trail, as well as the lower car ownership and use of lower income populations. The RFQ and RFP will ask the applicants to propose a parking plan that balances a parking ratio with other project features. If it's the case that the applicant proposes a ratio that's lower than the state density bonus requirements, then we would ask the applicants to propose a rationale and a TDM plan, and we would acknowledge that a parking study may be required during the entitlement phase. There are a few other items that we will highlight in the RFP and RFQ that we'd like to highlight for council tonight. The first is that the intention is that the city will own the land and ground lease it either at a no cost or nominal lease amount to the selected developer, which would help with the economic feasibility of the project. Additionally, the city would intend on providing a subsidy, which would be along the same lines of those in our affordable housing guidelines. And we would evaluate the funding request of the potential developer and have a goal or a target of providing no more than 20% of the project's funding needs, which is what's in our guidelines now. I wanted to highlight that there may be phasing needed for this project. The low-income housing tax credit program is typically the largest source of funding for affordable housing projects in the city. And most of the projects that those funds award are only projects of 60 to 120 units. So as a result, this project may need to be built or proposed in 2 phases to make it financially feasible to compete for these tax credits 2 different times. This is totally feasible from a construction perspective. It may not even really change the timeline, but I just wanted to make everyone aware of that. In the RFP and RFQ, we will ask respondents to propose appropriate amenities for future residents, including open spaces with separate areas for different populations, such as families with children or single adults, community rooms, programming and support services. And we'll also ask them to consider additional amenities like childcare or communal services if possible. The amenities will need to be well-designed, incorporated into the building, and built in with appropriate circulation and other considerations to make it a lovely place to live. As noted before, this site will need to go through a land use process. It will require a general plan amendment and a zoning map amendment, along with all the typical development permits in order to become a residential development. Staff will work with the selected developer to figure out the appropriate land use process. And finally, I'd like to highlight an opportunity posed by the adjacent property, which you can see here in the red triangle at 5767 East Evelyn. Charities Housing purchased this site. It's approximately 2 acres. And knowing that there will be 2 affordable housing efforts, both likely to involve city funds, next door to each other, presents some opportunities. At a minimum, the city will seek to work with Charities Housing to collaborate on the design of both sites so that we can maximize open space, maximize units, come up with thoughtful circulation patterns, and potentially work to support each other on construction staging. And depending on the timing of both projects and the willingness of both developers, there may be more formal collaboration opportunities to work on land use processes or to embark on master planning. There is no requirement that the 2 sites be master planned unless council provides alternative direction. I want to note that the current safe parking site is allowed to be there through January 2024 under the current lease with VTA. And once the city owns the site, we can extend that. Between now and when construction begins, city staff will be looking into transition plans, particularly pathways to permanent housing for the current residents. And this would be true for all safe parking residents everywhere, frankly, everywhere in the city. We've met with the residents of this lot once, and we will do it again to see where we can connect them to our existing pipeline. And we will also ask developers who respond to the RFP and RFQ to think of creative solutions that take into account our existing unhoused residents, including safe parking residents. Here we have a timeline for what the next 8 months or so will look like. The plan is to release an RFQ in June, followed by RFQ selection, then an RFP for appropriate developers who should move forward, and then a selection of a developer partner coming back to City Council in February. In order to streamline the process, staff recommend that the invitation for RFQ applicants to follow through with the RFP be made by staff in accordance with the direction from Council on priorities and principles tonight. If we need additional input for any reason, though, we will bring the RFQ selection back to Council. With that, I'd like to turn it back to Council to weigh in before we start the RFQ and RFP process and ask for your feedback. Specifically, does Council agree with the proposed project principles and development priorities for affordable housing at the site located at 87 East Evelyn Avenue, including the proposed mix of residents, particularly a significant number of family units, the proposed approach regarding density, the proposed approach regarding the parking ratio, and any other considerations you have to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fantastic presentation. We will now turn to the public for input, and then after the public comment period, we'll come back to council for questions and deliberations. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. I'll give a time based on the number of speakers. Let's go with 2 minutes. First speaker is James Kuzmo.
Good evening, Council. My name is James Kuzmo, and I just wanted to say I support the project and concept, and I look forward to having a surface lot be used for housing. The 3 main comments I would have would, first off, please be sure to ensure that the people currently, or the Mountain View residents currently using the safe parking lot have good options going forwards. Secondly, I know in the written staff report there were some allusions to ensuring that the building fits in with the surrounding area or something along those lines, and I would just hope that it doesn't, considering that the surrounding area is largely ancient industrial buildings that hopefully we have fewer of going forwards. And thirdly, I appreciate the staff recommendation to not have excessive parking, and I hope that the city can impose no particular parking minimums on this project, as consistent with council's own direction in the previous housing element study session to have affordable housing projects be left flexible, to have the developer figure out how much parking is needed for a given project, and then they can maximize as many homes as they want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Celine.
Hi, yeah, my name's Salim. I really appreciated staff's presentation. I hope council gives staff direction to exercise wide latitude in getting the best project across the finish line. I think the idea to streamline the RFQ makes a ton of sense. It really is something you can trust staff to do well without the council slowing down the project. I also think it's a great idea to see to what extent we can merge this project with, I believe it's 6770 Evelyn, the adjacent parcel, just to see like what can we do to increase density in open space. I think that's an amazing idea. I'm also supportive of giving staff latitude when it comes to parking and density, because at the end of the day, we want our affordable housing dollars to go as far as they can for affordable housing. We have a housing crisis, not a parking crisis. So it's important that we not set any standards or any caps right now for density or any minimums for parking, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I'll be speaking on behalf of Mountain View UMB tonight. We support this project, and we think that there should not be a maximum density limit set at this point, because inherently we're trying to maximize the number of homes and the number of people who are able to stay in the city, given that the cost of land is considered prohibitive, and it's not very often that the city gets into the direct action of, planning out a site for affordable housing. So we don't want to be undercutting the number of potential residences in this development so early on. We agree with staff's reasonings for minimizing parking requirements. We go further and ask just for setting no minimum parking requirements at this point. Instead, we should look at what developers can come up to see what's feasible, given that cost of parking is non-trivial and does mean that we are trading car spaces for people. And that's the fundamental thing at the end of the day. It is relatively close to downtown. It's relatively close to a transit center. It's within 10 minutes walk. There are amenities in the area, though, as James alluded to, the current direct neighbors to this place are quiet offices and auto shops. So I believe there's less opposition in this area that should be useful for ensuring that we have a relatively tall building so close to downtown. And yeah, that's all there is to it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kalisha Webster.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kalisha Webster, and I'm the Senior Housing Advocate at Housing Choices, a nonprofit service provider supporting San Andreas Regional Center consumers with developmental and other disabilities to find and retain safe, stable, and affordable housing. I'm calling in strong support of the project principles and development priorities recommended by staff and urge council to consider how this site could be utilized to further your efforts to create a city inclusive of people of all abilities. We recognize that the city has shown a willingness to help house extremely vulnerable members of the Mountain View community, such as at the Luna Vista in San Antonio Place, where a number of the units are set aside for people with developmental disabilities who require coordinated supportive services from the regional center in order to maintain their housing. However, a need still exists as only 30% of Mountain View adults with developmental disabilities have been able to move into their own apartment with supportive services. As the city prioritizes plans to address unmet housing needs of vulnerable Mountain View residents, we hope that you would also include in your plans to include some units set aside for people with developmental disabilities. Inclusion of this population also supports plans for lower parking for the project to qualify for lower parking requirements, as this population is mostly transit dependent. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and hope to support you as you continue to look for ways to create a more inclusive city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Kelsey Baines. I will try to keep my comments short because so far they all have been wonderful. So I'll just say I agree with the previous speakers and am really excited for this opportunity to get more affordable housing, but specifically more permanent supportive housing for people who have experienced homelessness. And I'm also really excited for family units. So I hope we take full advantage of this opportunity and maximize the number of homes we get at this site and don't put additional onerous restrictions on the nonprofit developers in terms of adding things like parking requirements that don't help to house people. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. This will be very fast. Bruce England speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. A number of you on this session tonight will remember a few years ago, a lot of us worked very hard to try to identify additional safe parking locations and came up pretty much empty. It's a huge challenge, and I know Kimbra knows this, and Artie knows it, Wayne knows it, and council members know it, but I just wanted to bring it up that although we absolutely want this housing to happen, no doubt about that, there's that separate project of identifying the additional safe parking for the spaces lost there and making sure that we have enough safe parking spaces that meet the need, whatever it happens to be at any point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey all, what a fantastic way to kick off Affordable Housing Month, right? This is great. Yes, what all the previous speakers said, I support this project. I wanted to highlight the fact that the denser you build, the more you build now, the less the marginal cost of each unit, the longer the lifetime success of the project and its ability to house people, but also the lower the carbon usage, because a lot of that those costs are fixed at startup. So if you build dense, you're able to save yourself long term from having more spread out housing or having to redevelop to increase capacity later on. But yeah, good job. Thanks for taking care of the people who are there now. I love seeing the city take care of all of its residents in any form that they take. Go team.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we will return to the council for questions and then deliberation. The process will be the same. I'll collect any new ideas or suggested deviations from the staff recommendation, and we'll take some straw votes. And if there aren't any, then we'll just vote on the staff recommendations. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Hi. So my first question is for the mayor. I assume you want our questions first, and then we'll do a second round of how we feel about the staff proposals and anything else we want to say. Is that, or do you want me to run them all together? Questions first. Okay.
Yes,
so my question is, to staff with the childcare or community services, are you envisioning those to be just for the on-site residents or open to members of the general public as well? There's other affordable housing residents fairly nearby, and of course members of the general public also, but I know that can also be a problem for tax credit projects. So I'd like to know a little bit of your thinking on that. And I will turn my video off because I have to plug in my computer. I'm out of batteries, but I am listening.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hicks. It's really open-ended at this point. We want to see what the developers can come up with, and if there's any creative funding sources that they might be able to use. You're right that most of the time with tax credit funding, the services really need to be for the on-site residents. So my short answer is we don't know yet, and we'll see if the restrictions keep those things from happening. I know that it's been hard to build childcare and things like that in affordable housing, so we're not requiring it, but we'd like to encourage it and ask the developers to think creatively about what might be possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I didn't get an opportunity to put in questions this week because I was traveling back for my dad's 99th birthday, which was great fun. But whoever put in the questions did a great job, so thanks for doing that. But I do have a couple more. One is the Franklin Street apartments. That the parking ratio was mentioned on that, but you didn't mention how much of the parking was utilized. Do we know that? Have we done a count of what percentage of those spaces are being used?
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. I think I'll turn it over to Wayne Chen, who I think has a bit more information than I do on this one.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Wayne Chen, Assistant Community Development Director. There have been parking utilization counts that have been performed, and specifically including Franklin Street. The counts, and also in our conversations with past property managers at the time, have suggested that there is an underutilization of the existing parking. We do know that there may be situations where residents are choosing to park on the street rather than in the parking. So we did want to flag that. But based on the official parking counts, it did appear that there were parking spaces not utilized.
Thank you. And then my other question is about kind of sharing of resources. It looks like we're going to have a very fairly large complex of affordable housing, but it's not larger than many of the apartment complexes in our community. There are lots of them that are 4 acres, even though the affordable housing ones aren't necessarily that big. It's not an unwieldy size for an apartment complex. That's what I'm getting at. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was that, we also have an affordable housing project at the corner of Bernardo and Evelyn, which isn't very far from this site. I honestly don't know how far it is. I would think it was less than a half a mile. But anyway, I wondered if, given that there will be these sites close by, will there be an opportunity to provide services that can be shared, or perhaps have a TDM plan that is shared, or things like that? Have we given much thought to that, and would we want to include that in an RFP, or would that be the kind of thing that would be that kind of logistics that would really have to do with the implementation plan, not the construction?
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. It's the type of thing that we could include in the RFP for developers to consider if staff would like us to. if the council would like us to. And it is important to include all these implementation pieces in the upfront RFP, because that's a big part of what we're asking the developer to do as well. So now would be the time to talk about it.
Okay, well then I just wanted to bring that up because I do think if somebody could check how close the Evelyn Avenue site, Bernardo one is to this. I mean, I really think it's quite close. And so I think that the ability to share resources is pretty realistic for things like maybe childcare and certainly TDM. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I want to follow up on the question of the utilization of parking at Franklin Street apartments. I'm sorry, did I miss this? Did you say what percent is utilized? I heard you say there are some empty spots, but I'm looking for a percent.
We don't have the data right here at our fingertips. We can certainly follow up with that, and I can try to see if I can locate that information during this item. So let me do that during the meeting.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Then a couple other questions. The Federal Transit Administration, I understand that they have interest in this property, but I'm really not clear as to what their interest is and how long does it last.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. My understanding of the interest, and we can ask some of my colleagues who have a bit more history on this project than I do for clarification, is that they contributed some of the funding for the original VTA purchase. And so essentially, if the site would ever be, the interest is forever, unless they are paid back. And I believe the terms of their payment meant that it involves the appreciation of the site. So it would be somewhat significant. So the current plan is for us to just continue with the interest there. They have approved similar projects in the past, and they've approved our plans going forward on this one. So there's not a concern about that interest, but it's just something that everyone needs to be aware of going forward.
So when we say we are going to exercise the option to purchase the property, we would not own 100% of it.
We would own it, but they would have this interest. So I think if we're, and I should be careful not to talk out of turn. I'm not sure if the city attorney wants to chime in at all or correct me, but my understanding is if we wanted to do something that they didn't approve of, we would probably have to buy them out.
Councilmember Matichak, if I may respond, we talked to VTA about this, and many of their sites that have been developed with residential projects have been bought with FTA funds, and so they do have interest. And staff actually had a conversation. I had a conversation with the FTA member of the FTA because we had some specific concerns about what this could mean. And their conversation was very much along the lines of VTA, which said they do have a number of sites. They do support residential development on the sites, and they didn't necessarily see that because we were concerned about the FTA coming in and saying, okay, now we got to, build a facility or something. But both the VTA and the FTA verbally at least assured us that this is common on such sites, and residential development has happened. And there was very low risk that anything would change. And so we are moving forward with the purchase and the ground lease. We're recommending that.
Okay. And then I want to follow up on the question about the safe parking. So it's my understanding that the current residents are required to work with caseworkers to have them on a path to more stable housing. I see a head nod. So what would be different? What would we do differently to help them as we get closer to developing this property?
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. When we met with the safe parking residents last week, I had a hunch this would be the case. We sort of said, we know you've been looking for affordable housing, and we'd like to hear what your obstacles have been at some point. And they already started sharing several. I had sort of said that as a thing we'd like to come back and learn, but they shared several, and they are along the lines of what we've heard in other places of the city. There are not units that fit their needs. There are not the waiting list is extremely long. So we would like to consider opportunities to try to make sure our units more appropriately fit the needs of our unhoused community members, which our current pipeline probably is going to compared to our previous pipeline. So we're hoping that we can try to make sure that they are made aware of those pipeline opportunities. Potentially there are some pathways that are more direct, but basically trying to understand any obstacles and if there's a way for the city to proactively remove those obstacles to do so.
Okay, thanks. And that's it. And if Mr. Chen, if he is able to find the data, I'd love to hear it, but that's it for now for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I had similar questions, concerns regarding transportation. So definitely would be interested in the Franklin Street parking utilization, since that seems to be the closest type of development that this might be moving towards becoming. And then in follow up to Councilmember Showalter's comments about shared resources, if I remember correctly, and I'm just wondering what the status is, when we did the other Evelyn, I can't remember the developer's name right now, but that project on Bernardo and Evelyn, I believe we had asked for them to look at providing shuttle service to the children so that they could get to the elementary school. And I was wondering if that's still happening, what would happen to that? And is that something that we could, try to coordinate so that the same transportation service, if it's still there, can swing by and pick up the kids at this development?
Thank you. I don't know the answer to that question, but we'll also try to see if I can find it during this conversation. And if not, we will certainly follow up with Rome, the developer there.
Thank you. That's it, Rome. Yes. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be tonight, but if we could just have that in mind as we move along with this project, that would be great.
And I did just get a message from Vera Gill, who I should say is one of the staff members who worked very diligently on this project. And she said that shuttle service is working well, so we can definitely reach out to them.
Great. That would be great if we could coordinate and partner with them on that. The next question has to do with charities and their parcel that they've acquired next door. I'm very much interested in seeing how we could work with them, and to the extent of my question is do we have to go out for an RFP process, or is there a way to just partner with charities since they're next door? Yes, that would be my first question.
So staff has researched this question and it's a little bit unclear. At the very least, if we were to try to bypass a competitive process, we would have to do some significant justification work. And what I've been told is that typically with such a large amount of public funds involved, it's best to do a competitive process. Charities Housing would certainly be allowed to apply along with all the other developers. So that's where things stand at this moment.
So given that, which I thought would be the answer, what is there, in terms of scoring the proposals when they come in, is there consideration given to a project that could maximize both parcels? So could that get extra points, bonus points, for instance, for doing that? In particular, I'm just concerned because their parcel is an odd shape and may be limited in building. And so if you do two separate projects, we may not be able to maximize the land. But I'm thinking in that funky triangle. Maybe there's a way to utilize that for parking. So is there a way, yes, to kind of give bonus points for something that has the entire or master plan? Or I don't want to do a master plan if it's going to slow down the process, but doing something that would, combine the parcels and maximize the land.
Councilmember Abikoga, I think we can certainly give points to a development that recognizes the fact that there is an adjacent parcel and asks them to design a project on this parcel that maximizes the opportunity to master plan. And examples of this could be circulation, open space, recreational space, maximizing buffers along the freeway, gathering spaces. And so a creative design team can work on that. And I will add that, the council will ultimately choose the developer, and you do have the choice, but we also will have charities go through the NOFA process. And so those two processes, even if the council doesn't ultimately choose charities, I think staff will be able to work on something. Ideally, it'd be best if we could master plan both sites and then they move forward, even if it's on the separate schedule. But I think either way, whoever the council picks, we're going to definitely have the RFP show the maximizing master planning opportunities. And then we can certainly work, even if they're separate developers on separate timelines. It's not unusual that we've done master planning.
I guess I'm trying to understand that better because, let's say we do end up with two developers. How does the developer for our lot plan? Let's say, the best use of land, utilization of land is to put the park and the parking on the charity's parcel. But how do they plan for that if they don't have control of both parcels?
You're right. We won't have the ability to master plan to that extent where they have control over both sites, and the city doesn't have control over both sites. So I think charities can probably provide the best master planning effort in that realm. But a creative team can certainly, what we're thinking is you might have the open space in the middle. You might have circulation around the open space, and they can show examples of what they would certainly do on their site and what a master plan could loosely look at on the other site. So while they don't have that ability, they could show how that might work. And if Charities has done some preliminary planning on their own site and is willing to share, we're happy to share that information with other participants. So it's possible, but a lot of it would have to assume that some of these shared spaces are on the city site. So it's more about combining the parts so the sum is greater than just the sum of its parts, right? It looks better that way, instead of designing it in such a way that there's no way for them to work together. So again, we can design the RFP to show these master planning efforts, but they can't assume they own the charity's site. Only charities can. So council will be able to see sort of the array of plans and be able to use that as a criterion.
So then could charities potentially master plan with their city parcel?
If they're proposing a site, if they're proposing their RFP, the fact that they own their parcel gives them more flexibility, definitely.
Great, got it, thank you. Last question was in terms of funding. It looks like we have 9 or so projects in the works and pipeline, but it doesn't look like we're gonna have sufficient funding for all of them. What is the plan? Or will that be a part of the RFP actually, with them proposing a funding mechanism that will utilize other sources? Is that the idea?
Certainly the developers will be asked to maximize leveraging other funding sources in their proposals. And we will be, all else being equal, scoring that very highly. And also, we will be coming back to council with an affordable housing study session to talk about our expenditure plans and funding needs later this year. So that will be something else we can study as well.
Right. One concern with that is that we've had, I think, a couple of projects that had, plans that looked really solid, and then they came back and asked us for more money later. So, yeah, how do we try to avoid that as much as possible? Would be the question. No need to answer right now, but just want to, be mindful of that. Thank you.
Just one comment on that piece is we would typically want to include in the RFQ, RFP information to ask a developer to propose a funding option and a potential alternative funding option, and then provide a description about the feasibility of their funding proposal to give a sense of how competitive that they would be for the funds. So that would be one way for us to be able to better evaluate their proposals.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? If not, I do have a couple, and I appreciate your questions, Councilmember Abikoga, because I had substantially similar ones, especially the relationship with the charities properties. So maybe a follow-on question for staff. If it sounds like there might actually be a policy question here. We're not legally obligated to do an RFQ, RFP if we can come up with a good justification. And maybe a good justification could, okay, the city attorney has her hand up, so I'll go there and maybe you could stop me in my tracks. The attorney?
Sorry, I just wanted to, yes, the actual ground lease does require RFPQ. So it is going to be required in this situation. Sorry, I just got an email from a member of my staff who helped me answer that question for you.
Okay. Thank you for removing the ambiguity. So that question is moot now. I did have a separate question about the housing element process, since these sites are included within the site inventory. Are we able to expedite the work by initiating the the environmental review and maybe even the rezoning and general plan work as part of the housing element, rather than waiting for charities and for the prospective developer for our property to do that work? Can we speed things up that way?
You mean, I could find out, but I think our environmental review is on a track. I wouldn't be surprised if this is considered a pipeline project of sorts, but it would have to likely do its own environmental review. I could certainly check. We've got, yeah, that was our assumption, but we can certainly check and let you know.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's the only question I have then. So we'll now start deliberation. If members of the council want to speak to the staff recommendations or introduce new ideas, feel free to put your hand up. Vice Mayor Hicks.
And so I say yes to all of the staff proposals on, I particularly agree that we need to do family units and serve some currently homeless people we've not been able to serve. The density I agree with, and the parking ratio, I guess I would be open to no parking minimums with the chosen provider figuring that out with a robust TDM program, but see whether, so that would be going a little further than the staff recommendation. Then in terms of other comments, I'm actually open to taller buildings in this area. I know that one of the limits is so that we can serve more people. I know that one of the this seems like a particularly appropriate area for that because there are no single family homes around or, less dense buildings and residents who might be particularly disturbed by that. And I know that the materials are what made mid-sized buildings in like the 7 to 14 maybe 8 to 14 stories more prohibitive, or they wouldn't pencil out, basically, is what I've been told. But I know that it was basically going to steel frames, didn't pencil out in that range. But I know that now, given mass timber, that, and maybe other materials, that some of that may be changing. I know that there are nonprofit housing developers that are building mid-height, like First Community Housing, I guess, has a 7 and a 13-story building. So using mass timber, which, by the way, with my sort of, if you have an architectural background, the buildings can be beautiful. So, which is important to me. So I would be open to exploring that and to adding a little density, and actually, this is not on our plate tonight, but that whole area, I would be, interested in housing more people by looking into that realm. I just think it's an excellent location for that, and why limit ourselves? I also, the transit and the proximity to the downtown make it an excellent location for that as well. So that's one comment. I'll bring it up now, and maybe in future areas that I think are appropriate for that. I think it's the time. I'm also would particularly like to see an ample tree buffer by the freeway. And I think taller buildings, and also, as other council members have been talking about, coordination with charities housing would allow for that. I think we've seen over the past week, at least, that ample tree buffers near freeways are important to people, including myself. As far as fitting into the area, my thoughts on that are that, and whether it should have, how to have a residential look. My thoughts on that are to look at equivalent industrial areas like the Dogpatch area in San Francisco, which is an industrial area that's becoming very popular, but they don't do faux historic, tall buildings with craftsman details or something like that. They do handsome buildings with great architecture that give a nod to the area's industrial roots. And so that would be my recommendation, to look at some of those things. And I think they have affordable houses in that area as well. I want to make sure we have a large enough sidewalk and setback to make it a pleasant place to be. I'm interested in ground floor uses that other members of the community can use if possible, so that we're integrated, so that the community isn't isolated as a low-income community. If other people would feel welcome there, whether it's for bike repair, or used bookstore, childcare, whatever, I think I would like it to be this development to be a member of the community that people around feel comfortable in. And I know, as we talked earlier, that can be hard in tax credit projects. I'm also concerned, as other people have raised, about making sure that the people currently living in the safe parking are housed, and I want to make sure we continue to talk about that. And I guess everything else I've said. Encourage maximum coordination with charities housing is the last comment I wrote down for myself. But I also assume, Mayor, that you will go through what I may, of course, agree with things that other council members say. And I assume you're going to go down the line and make sure that we all speak up for each other. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I'm taking notes, and I'll run through the ideas after everyone has spoken. Councilmember Showalter.
Okay, I'm just going to go down the list that Vice Mayor Hicks gave us. I too think that this is an excellent place to make things taller, and that's something we should leave open to the developer to consider. And she's right, there are a lot of new methodologies that are being considered now and sort of are coming out of the realm of research to what, what are actually being done reasonably commonly that allow buildings to be higher, less expensively. Okay, the parking ratio, I have often thought that letting the developer decide could be reasonable, but anyway, I think that this is a logical place for lower parking ratios because of the closeness to the Stevens Creek Trail, the train station, downtown. I mean, it should be a really walkable community. And as Vice Mayor Hicks said, one of the ways that we do that is we make sure that the sidewalks are adequate and that there's good shade trees and, that sort of thing, so that, there's a really nice pedestrian connection there. I think the idea of having ground floor uses that are available for non-residents could be good, and or it could be good to have sort of shared spaces for the 3 community houses or maybe even the 4 community housing. There could be, maybe some classrooms there or offices for services that would be useful to them. It is really important that as we transition this site from a safe parking site to an affordable housing site, that we don't leave the people who are residents there behind. And I know that is going to be one of the most difficult parts of this, but I think it's something that we really just need to be aware of right from the get-go, that it's just going to be a part of the long-term job for the city. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about the inclusion of collaboration with the other landowner to get a site that works cohesively. I think that should be included in the RFP. And right now, Charities Housing owns that site. And it'd be great if they held on to it, but we don't know that they will. Sometimes these sites change hands. So I think it might be prudent to say something along the lines of the other owners or the owner of the adjacent site. But I'm sure that, planning staff and our legal team can work that out the best way. So those are my comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very glad to hear my other colleagues talking about ensuring that the people who are on the site through virtue of safe parking have an alternate place to go. And I know that city staff will be working with them and also working with the volunteers and the service providers who have been there through safe parking, the tutors and the other people that are working with kids and families there. And I very much like the idea of the wider sidewalks. I want to make sure that our safe routes to school are baked in from the very beginning of this process. And I'm flexible on the mix of the residents in terms of, is there enough of a critical mass to have service providers be interested to coming to provide the services that are needed if there's a smaller number of people who need them on the site. So I'm kind of open on that. And there is not, to my knowledge, a whole lot of street parking that's there. And so I want to be mindful of that in terms of the parking ratio. And it would be great if everybody took the train, but right now Caltrain is tremendously expensive. And if you take it, you notice that there are not a lot of working people who are on the train, just because it is so expensive. And then in terms of commercial spaces on the ground floor, there's not a lot of residential that's very close to here. And so I'm okay with keeping the uses of the ground floor for the families and individuals who will be living there. I think if we try to be all things to all people and not have enough in terms of the numbers to support a business being in there, I would rather see it maxed out for the good of the people who will be living there. And what else did I want to mention on that? I think that that's it. I definitely agree on classroom or gathering type space. And also, if it's possible to have some smaller spaces for individual meetings and people who might come from a service provider who are meeting with just a couple of folks so that they have the privacy of that. And that was one of the uses that kind of came right to the top when we were originally looking at the redo of the community center, was those kind of smaller individual meeting spaces for consultation with whoever needs to meet one-on-one or two-on-one. So those are just my comments there, and really appreciate staff with the thoughtful approach that has been brought to this. I think that this will be a really good place for people to live in Mountain View. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I have a question before I dive into this. I made the assumption, perhaps incorrectly, that if you have permanent supportive housing, you do have the space for the providers to meet with residents. Or if you have any services that's factored in. Is that not the case? Do we have to specify that?
That is the best practice, and we will also specify it just to make sure.
Okay, just checking there. Thank you. So I largely agree with staff's recommendation on density, the resident population, and the affordability levels. And I definitely agree on having some larger units. That is something that is in demand. I would like to add a few things. I would like to have a preference for Mountain View residents. I didn't hear anybody mention that before, but that's important to me. I agree with having this walkable area, so the good sized sidewalks with trees is important. I am concerned about the fact that this is an industrial area, and I sent in the question about, where's the nearest grocery store? It's almost a mile away. So I think that's kind of an issue. This is not an area where people will be able to walk a short distance for their everyday needs, which brings me to parking. And it'd be nice if we had a council meeting where we didn't talk about parking, but here we go again. I am concerned about having a fairly low parking ratio, which is why I was asking about the Franklin Street apartments, because this isn't close to a lot of goods and services. It might be close to the Stevens Creek Trail and the transit center, relatively speaking, but that isn't where you get your groceries or, buy things. So I am concerned about parking, and I'm very interested to find out what is the utilization of the Franklin Street family apartments, because I'm thinking that it has to be at least one parking space per unit, especially when you have these larger units with 2 or 3 bedrooms. You might have many drivers in those units. So I actually think I guess I would say if someone's proposing less than 1, I would want a parking study. But without that, I think it has to be at least 1 per unit. And in addition to the robust TDM program, because right now there are a lot of cars parked on Pioneer, and there's actually quite a bit of spillover from the safe parking lot. And I know staff is looking into that, but it is having an impact on the businesses in that area. I tend to drive down Pioneer a lot because it's my way to get downtown or get home from downtown very easily. And it's surprising to me, no matter what time of day or night I go down Pioneer, the street is filled with cars. So clearly there's an issue there. And if we don't have enough parking on site, it's going to make the situation worse. Let's see. I guess the other thing is when we look at the cost, I know in the past, council has asked to look at the cost based on the cost per bedroom, whereas a lot of people want to just look at the cost per unit. And because these are larger units potentially, when this comes back to us, I would like to see the cost per bedroom. I think that's a more realistic view of the cost per person or people that we're helping. And it can make it perhaps more palatable. And let's see, I guess I'll just wait for the mayor to go through the rest because I might support some of those as well. Thanks.
Thank you. City Manager, I see you've unmuted yourself. Did you want to respond to something?
No, apologies, Mayor. That was an accident.
Okay, no worries. Just checking. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff. This was a very well put together presentation and very thoughtful approach to this project. So I appreciate that. I do in general support what's being recommended and the comments that have already made in terms of the mix of residents. I tend to and continue to want larger units that can support families because I know that there is a need for more family units. So the 2-3 bedrooms, even if we could do 4, I would be open to that. So that would be my preference. I think the 80 to 110 units an acre is reasonable. I can be open to more, or as some said, higher. I'll leave that up to, I guess, the developers to see what's feasible. My concern, though, is that the more folks we have, the more amenities we will have, we should be providing. And that's the real, I think the real issue here, as Councilmember Matichak mentioned, I do agree with her. I looked on the map and it's, well, already stated the grocery store and Save More. I love Save More. I go to there for my little needs, but it's not a full-fledged grocery store by any means. And even Landell School is 0.6 miles. So it is a ways from amenities, from services. And so I don't think it's realistic to expect folks to walk from here. Biking, I know we're making bike improvements, but that might be a ways away. So I think, depending on the timing of this, that realistically, folks are going to be using cars. And so we just should be, upfront and realistic about that. And so that ties into the parking ratio. And I agree with Councilmember Matichak as well. Franklin Street seems like it would be a good model to look at. I just have to share this because in general, I support lower parking ratios and where we can. But at the Luna Vista opening on Friday, I got an earful from a resident who told me that there's not enough parking and he needs his car to get to work. And he parked his car on El Camino, he and someone else, and they were vandalized. So, what is the city doing to provide more parking for residents? And, it's not fair to expect low-income residents to not drive. So, I know that's one person or two people or however many folks are there experiencing that, but it did give me pause to think about, what the real on the ground situation is. And so I would hope that we could look at that a little more carefully. I mean, Luna Vista is right on El Camino. And, I gave him all of the reasonings and encouraging alternative modes of transportation and the bus line. None of that worked in this situation. So I just think we just need to be more realistic. And if we are going to have families, they have more needs, frankly, to get to places. So I think we should be very realistic about that and create and have a parking ratio that is that is conducive to the needs of the residents there. So that's the parking issue. And then other considerations, as my line of questioning was, I do have a real interest in trying to see if we can work with our neighbor, whether it's charities or whoever else, to maximize the land and share resources and try to build as many units as we can on that property. But I would say, I do want to make sure that we provide sufficient amenities. And I do agree. I think it should be for the residents there first. And I think it might be tight, frankly, if we're looking at such densities. So I would say let's focus on amenities for the residents there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we're getting to a second round. I'm going to ask a quick question of staff. We did have a couple of suggestions for exploring ground floor uses, which I think is contemplated in the staff recommendation, but is the policy question for us whether the council would be willing to provide a city subsidy to help make the ground floor retail work. Is that really the question we should be asking ourselves?
Council member, I think we just wanted to focus on the question of whether or not the council was interested in seeing the ability of folks to propose something and get creative about it. I think we need to be realistic in letting people know that we want them to maximize out other funding. And so they can't expect funding for that particular purpose. And they need to put the proposal together the best they can. So no, we're not specifically asking that because we know for sure money is tight.
Okay, so it should, if the council were to affirmatively say we want to include within the RFP some provision for ground floor uses that are publicly accessible, then we should come in with the understanding, right? The eyes wide open that there will probably be an ask for a subsidy to make it work. Okay, that will influence how I ask the question once we've concluded the deliberation. Just very quickly, so a lot of the ideas that have been shared, I generally support. So I'll ask the question, for some of these, even though I'm not sure it's really necessary. So like wide sidewalks, I think the council has long expressed an interest in walkability and improving bicycle and pedestrian amenities. So I might ask that just to get the show of hands to ensure it's included, and expressed to the prospective developers. But some of those I think are very easy to support. I'm interested in exploring, or allowing for higher densities or taller buildings. And I would say we don't necessarily stipulate. We see what the developers propose to us, and whether that influences our interest in pursuing one particular project over another. I think probably the biggest question will be, what do we do about parking? And personally, I'm comfortable with not explicitly saying we need a certain amount of parking, but letting each developer come forward with a proposal. And then I agree that, if there is a ratio that is, maybe a little bit more challenging, that it include a requirement for a parking study to justify it. So that's where I'm landing so far. And we'll now go to the second round, and then once we've concluded, I'll go ahead and run through the list of questions. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, this is on. I wanted to clarify something I'd said on ground floor uses because of things other people had said, and it made me feel that I needed to clarify. I don't think this is an area where we're going to be promoting retail, a dress shop, a shoe store. I certainly wasn't saying that. I do think, though, that if there are, I would prefer that if there were ground floor uses such as bike repair or community meeting room, many community meeting rooms I see lie empty, much of the time, that if possible, that there be some way that those be shared with other members of the community. And then I've seen community in, frankly, other states, community meeting rooms with used bookstores in them. So it's just, and I liked the idea of childcare, which I think doesn't have to be on a retail corridor. It's a different kind of ground floor use. So those are the kinds of things that I would be interested in. Although with all the talk of grocery stores, I have to say that if somebody proposed an Amazon Go on the ground floor, maybe it would solve some of the problems that people have there. I've never experienced one myself, but I've heard that they're very small and provide a lot of the things that one would need to walk to for your sort of, it could operate sort of like a corner store, or a CSA drop-off point would be another thing that I think might be a resource for the community. So I'm not looking to kickstart a retail corridor, a shopping center, but I am open to and would even encourage some of those kinds of community uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask the question of our city attorney before we go into voting on specific proposals in terms of, it was mentioned a preference for people who already live in Mountain View. And previously we've been advised that that would not, that would open us up to a legal challenge. And I think that we certainly have put a lot of work into diversity and equity within the community. And it definitely, those kinds of things, to my mind, amplify the exclusion of individuals who are not already in the community in terms of living here. But would we face a legal challenge around preferences for people who already live in Mountain View?
Unfortunately, that's not a question I'm going to be able to answer off the top of my head. It's something that I can look into, but I'm assuming you're talking about providing housing preferences to current residents over non-residents. Okay, that's something that I would have to look into. I don't know the answer to that question right now.
Councilmember Lieber, Wayne Chen can respond to that. We have been dealing with some comments from HUD about our current practices and how we've been working on solutions.
Thank you, RT. And thanks for the question. Typically, what we have in our affordable housing projects and with our BMR program is that we will implement the city's live-work preference where feasible. And we always work with our developer partners to see if that's feasible. Some of the restrictions that can come up depend on the funding sources. So the tax credit program or other state funding sources may have limitations on that. And as RT mentioned, we are working with HUD regarding the federal fair housing regulations as well to see what opportunities there are to meet specific preferences or needs. One of the items that we are looking at is whether there is an opportunity to create that pathway approach that Michaela mentioned in terms of folks who may be living in RVs, and there may be a possibility to do that within the fair housing rules. So it's a somewhat complicated answer because fair housing is quite complicated and it's a little bit nuanced, but we look for opportunities where we can. We are mindful of the restrictions from funding, but there are opportunities we're looking at, particularly for safe parking residents.
And I will add that we've been working with the county to make sure that our residents are processed into their system so that they have options outside of Mountain View. And the county has said that they look at the county as a totality. So they're not, if we don't have the ability to house them in Mountain View, they have other options in nearby communities. So we're trying to figure out the best approach to house residents.
Okay. And just to be clear, I'm definitely not requesting a live-work preference because I feel that it has some unintended consequences, particularly in terms of excluding communities that are not already present in Mountain View. So I just wanted to posit that before we get into a yes or no kind of a situation.
Any additional comments, Councilmember Lieber? Okay, thank you. For my benefit, staff, because it is a request from a council member, would it be fair to say then to express a preference, a live-work preference to the extent legally feasible? Is that fair direction to provide to staff, or do you have any concerns about that? So that's okay.
I think we'll take that back and we will and make sure that it's legally okay to include, and we'll report back.
Okay, great. Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yeah, I was going to ask what would be, now with that additional information, what would be a way to phrase the, I think it was Councilmember Matichek's idea. I was thinking maybe something along the lines of a pathway for current RV residents and homeless people in Mountain View, if feasible, since that's something staff's working on. I don't know if that's something a way that Councilmember Matichek would word that, given the recent information, or just go with what you came up with a moment ago. But those were my thoughts.
Thank you. My understanding was the staff recommendation already included exploration of ways to retain or to help transition the folks in the safe parking lot either into the new development or into other alternatives. So if the first question I'm going to ask is there support for the staff recommendations, and then we'll move on to the additional direction. And if that passes, then the presumption is that we are accepting the staff recommendation to explore ways to help the safe parking clients transition to some other opportunity in Mountain View. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for clarity's sake, I am, of course, interested in seeing how we can serve our vehicle dwelling community and people that are experiencing homelessness in Mountain View. But I'm not comfortable with sort of signing off on policies that have an unintended consequence. And I think, for example, we don't have a large Vietnamese population already living in Mountain View, whereas other cities in our county do. And if we pursue policies that perpetuate the current residents of Mountain View only, then I think we're moving in a fraught direction with that. So I hope that the straw polls can reflect that. And also, frankly, I'd like to see our live work preference come back to us for discussion. I know from doing constituent casework, when I'm looking for housing for individuals, I'm looking for housing anywhere in or out of county. And so I think if we try to construct a wall around Mountain View, then we're in a fraught situation at best.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Not, I'm going to run through the recommendations, and we'll just take a straw motion by raising hands. The first is the baseline staff recommendation. So if that's approved, then any recommendations made afterwards would modify the staff recommendation. But is there generally support for the staff recommendations? Oh, well, so question from Councilmember Matichak.
Yeah, so the staff recommendation included a recommendation on parking that I don't support, but I do the others. So I'm not sure how you want me to indicate that.
We at some level we'll have, so I was thinking we're going to go through the parking recommendations, and if there's a majority support for one, it will override the staff recommendation. But at some level we have to provide some direction. But if we could even say explicitly, I just don't want to have like 5 different votes on parking because I don't know which one's going to get majority support. But as a baseline level, the staff recommendation, is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, so staff recommendations, and then we'll visit the other ideas afterwards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this just as a baseline, we're moving forward with the staff recommendations. Now the following ideas will change those recommendations, and let's do the easy ones first. So is there support for including exploration of wider sidewalks and tree buffers by the freeway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's unanimous, and staff can decide how best to incorporate that into the RFQ, RFP. Is there support for allowing exploration of higher densities and taller buildings than what is included in the staff recommendation? So letting the developers provide different recommendations above and beyond those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if there's majority support for that. There was a recommendation to explicitly include a direction to collaborate with the adjacent property owner or charities housing. Is there support for that recommendation? 1, 2. There's unanimous support for that. Thank you. There was direction to explore publicly available or accessible ground floor uses. And again, at the discretion of the developer, is there support for that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, there is support for that. And then after all of this, I'll ask staff if you need clarification on any of these. And then now getting into the more challenging ones, there was a recommendation to express a preference, a live-work preference, to the greatest extent legally feasible. Is there support for that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, there is support for that. And then there was a recommendation to not have a minimum parking requirement, but instead to allow the developer to suggest a recommended amount of parking justified by a parking study and with a TDM program. Is there support for that? 1, 2, 3. There was not support for that. There was a recommendation to have a baseline requirement of 1 space per unit, if no parking study is provided to justify a lower parking ratio. Is there support for that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so keep in mind that is more parking than the staff recommendation. So
okay, I reversed mine. I don't want more parking than the staff recommendation.
The staff recommendation is between 0.5 and 0.75 spaces.
Okay, I misspoke. I take it back.
Okay.
And
so
just as a point of clarification, the staff did study the 0.5 to 0.75 with the consultants, but we note in the staff report that the RFP will ask applicants to propose a parking plan that balances the parking ratio. And if they are proposing a lower ratio than the typical requirements that would be associated with a similar type of project, to provide the rationale, propose a robust TDM plan. So the staff recommendation is to have more flexibility, though we did study a lower parking ratio as part of the feasibility scenarios.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. But just to make sure we are all on the same page, I'll ask the question one more time. The recommendation was to have a requirement of 1 space per unit minimum, and then if the developer provided a parking study to justify a lower ratio, then that could be considered. Is there support for that recommendation? 1, 2, 3. There is not. So that means that the parking ratio supported by a majority of the council is the staff recommendation. So here's what I've got. The staff recommendation with council direction for wider sidewalks, or consideration of wider sidewalks and a tree buffer along the freeway, allowing or exploration of higher densities and taller buildings. So, as suggested by the developer for council consideration, exploration of publicly available or accessible ground floor use, and a preference for a live work preference to the greatest extent legally feasible. Those were the modifications. Oh, and then a requirement that the prospective developer collaborate with the adjacent property owner or charities, if it remains charities. Did I miss anything? Staff, do you need clarification on any of those, on any of the additional direction? Not? Then thank you, Michaela and Wayne and our team for the presentation and for doing your good work on this. Very exciting to move forward with this affordable housing proposal. Thank you very much. So I'm going to request of my colleagues, if you don't mind, I'd like to start the regular session, do the Pledge of Allegiance and the presentations, and then we'll take a break before the consent calendar. Is that okay? Because I think some items will be pulled. You might spend some time on that. Okay. And I'm going to start the 6:30 regular session at 6:37 p.m. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the City Council of May 10th, 2022. I will now read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by the resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom webinar, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abby Koga.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichek.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Here.
Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll now move to item 3, presentations. Please note, these are presentations only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation items. First presentation is item 3.1, Asian Pacific Heritage Month Proclamation. And we will need to welcome our recipient. We are happy to be joined this evening by Human Relations Commission Chair Annette Lynn, who will accept this proclamation. Thank you, Annette, for joining us. Proclamation reads, whereas in 1978, a joint congressional resolution established Asian Pacific American Heritage Week to coincide with 2 important historical milestones: the arrival of the first Japanese immigrants to the U.S. in 1943 and the contributions of Japanese workers to the building of the Transcontinental Railroad completed May 10, 1869. And whereas in 1990, a joint congressional resolution extended the commemorative week to a month. And whereas this year marks the 80th anniversary of Japanese internment. On February 19, 1942, President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, forcing 110,000 Americans of Japanese ancestry into relocation centers and then into internment camps. This executive order affected hundreds of families in the Mountain View area. And whereas the city of Mountain View and the entire nation are enriched by the diverse cultural contributions made by residents from the Asian continent and the Pacific Islands of Melanesia, New Guinea, New Caledonia, Vanuatu, Fiji, and the Samoan Islands, Micronesia, Marianas, Guam, Wake Island, Palau, Marshall Islands, Kiribati, Nauru, and the Federated States of Micronesia, and Polynesia, New Zealand, Hawaiian Islands, Rotuma, Midway Islands, Samoa, American Samoa, Tonga, Tuvalu, Cook Islands, French Polynesia, and Easter Island. And whereas Asian Pacific Americans have had a profound impact on the nation and the Mountain View community, which is home to a number of Asian Pacific Americans who serve as excellent representatives of both the Mountain View Asian Pacific American community and the Mountain View community at large, including members of the City Council, council advisory bodies, and the School District Board of Trustees. And whereas during these unprecedented times of the COVID-19 pandemic, where xenophobia and anti-Asian sentiment have been on the rise, it is of the utmost importance that the City of Mountain View reaffirm its commitment to all Asian Pacific Islanders and people of all backgrounds to ensure a community for all. Now, therefore, I, Lucas Ramirez, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Annette, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm honored and humbled to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Asian Pacific American community of Mountain View. I feel fortunate to be a member of this diverse and integral group of people, and I thank the city and the mayor for their acknowledgement of the APA community's contributions to Mountain View, the state of California, and the nation. I look forward to witnessing the continued progress of the APA community alongside all communities of color into the future. Thank you again.
Thank you very much for joining us and for receiving the proclamation, and also for your contributions to our community, including your service as chair of the Human Relations Commission. Would any member of the council like to speak? Councilmember Abby Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank you for recognizing May as AAPI Heritage Month. I am a very proud member of this community and really appreciate the many contributions that members of our community have made throughout the history of the United States. I did want to mention, as you may have heard, We lost a giant in our community a few days ago in Cabinet Secretary and former Congressman Norm Mineta. And when I think of API Heritage Month, I always think of Norm and all of his amazing contributions to the city. And he's someone that we, many of us, I think, can call, are fortunate to call mentors, role models, and we aspire to be like. But I just wanted to mention him and recognize him and all of his contributions in this during this month. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the council who would like to speak? If not, thank you again, Annette. We really appreciate your time. We're going to move on then to 3.2, Affordable Housing Month Proclamation. And welcome the recipient, Sonia Avita. Is she available? Staff wouldn't mind. SB at home. So I'm going to go ahead and promote you to panelist. We are happy to be joined this evening by SB at Home Director of Operations, Sonia Avita. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, President and CEO of Alta Housing, Randy Suda, and County of Santa Clara Office of Supportive Housing Director Consuelo Hernandez to accept this proclamation. So are Randy and Consuelo available as well? There's Randy. Thank you both for joining us. And then I'm not seeing Quinn. Oh, there she is. Thank you for joining us, Consuelo. The proclamation reads, whereas our communities thrive when they are inclusive and everyone has a safe, stable, and affordable place to call home, and whereas housing is a basic human right, and yet each year, thousands of Silicon Valley families and individuals struggle to find a home they can afford in one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation, and whereas, based on the 2019 point-in-time count numbers, on any given night in Santa Clara County, more than 9,706 individuals are experiencing homelessness, 606 of whom are in Mountain View, and whereas thousands of Mountain View residents who were already feeling financial stress before the COVID-19 pandemic have suffered from lost jobs, lost wages, and incurred additional debt, and there will be a prolonged period during which people will struggle to pay their rent or mortgage, and whereas the pandemic has both exacerbated housing instability and the homelessness crisis and further increased the need for affordable housing. And whereas Mountain View is committed to putting the ongoing need for affordable housing developments, preservation of existing affordable homes, and protection of its most vulnerable residents as top long-term priorities demonstrated in the Council's strategic priorities, the city's housing element and consolidated plan, and the city's endorsement of the regional plan to end homelessness. And whereas organizations throughout Silicon Valley are dedicated to providing safe, stable, and affordable housing to all members of the community to meet a wide range of needs in our region. And whereas SB at Home has partnered with local agencies and community members to organize Affordable Housing Month and a wide range of events to listen, learn, educate, and share opportunities, challenges, best practices, and solutions to provide housing that is the right of all individuals, especially during these unprecedented times. And whereas the City of Mountain View will continue to collaborate with its partners and lead efforts in the production, protection, and preservation of affordable housing. And in the past year, among the many collaborative efforts, the city partnered with Alta Housing to open its most recent 70-unit affordable housing development at 950 West El Camino Real, 15 units of which provide housing and services for the development of the disabled, and with the County of Santa Clara Office of Housing on several Measure A projects in the pipeline, including the Crestview Hotel. Now, therefore, I, Lucas Ramirez, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Affordable Housing Month in the City of Mountain View, and to call upon all members of our community to continue to support affordable housing solutions and inclusive, diverse communities, to recognize the successful efforts of the City of Mountain and its dedicated partners who seek to improve access to affordable housing opportunities in Mountain View and our neighboring communities, and present this proclamation today. Alta Housing and the County of Santa Clara. Congratulations. Sonia, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. Thank you to the entire City Council, Housing Department staff, and City Clerk's Office of the City of Mountain View for the recognition of Affordable Housing Month 2022. I'm Sonia Vitia, the Director of Operations with Silicon Valley at Home, and I'm so excited to be joined here by Alta Housing, Randy representing them, and the Office of Supportive Housing, Consuelo. This is the first time I'm actually seeing them. Usually we communicate via email. SV at Home is honored to have worked with the city to address the housing needs of the community over the years, from planning for housing in the North Bay Precise Plan to the new Partnership for the Bay's Future grant focused on advancing equitable housing policies, to the recent opening of the Luna Vista Affordable Housing Project. We also want to thank the advocates and residents who support the policies and projects making Mountain View a leader in the region on housing. We would like to draw attention to the many events listed on our website for Affordable Housing Month 2022 to celebrate this month that you hear proclaimed. Altogether, there are over 50 events happening this month educating about and celebrating affordable housing. Our theme this year, Reimagining Home, invites participants to think outside of the box, deepening their knowledge and shifting the collective perspective on building equitable, inclusive, and restorative communities. Once again, thank you to Mayor Ramirez and City Council for your leadership during this Affordable Housing Month, May 2022. We're excited about the city's future and look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us. Randy and Consuelo, did you want to share some quick thoughts as well? If not, that's okay. Randy?
I just very, very quickly thank the Mountain View Council for your long-term support of affordable housing and of Alta Housing specifically. I also wanted to personally thank the council for your acknowledgement, your previous acknowledgement of Asian Pacific American Month, and specifically, Mayor, for your mention of the internment of Japanese Americans. That event directly affected my family with their internment at Jerome, Arkansas. So I did just want to make those remarks and thank the council.
Thank you, Randy. And thank you for your
Mayor Ramirez.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead, Consuelo.
No worries. Sorry about that, Mayor Ramirez. Just wanted to take a minute to thank the council for your tremendous support and leadership in the space of affordable and supportive housing. We went through a lot last year in our seek to apply for home key funds for the Crestview. It was a particularly challenging time for us as staff to hear and read all the messages, and just wanted to commend the council for their continued leadership and the staff for their perseverance and being honest with the community and answering all the questions. So thank you so much for your partnership.
There we go. And thank you very much for your partnership as well, not only on Crestview, but on the MOU for the $80 million in Measure A funds to help deliver a number of affordable housing projects in the city. Would any member of the council like to say a few words? If not, thank you very much, Sonia, Randy, and Consuelo. The only other group that I would like to recognize are the city staff, who do phenomenal work, as we saw in the previous item, in reviewing the projects and helping make these very challenging projects viable and ultimately to deliver them. So this is a celebration of your work as much as it is our partners in the community. So thank you all very much for joining us. We will now move on to item 3.3, National Public Works Week Proclamation. And we are happy to be joined this evening by Public Works Director Don Cameron, who will accept this proclamation. Don has joined us. Welcome, Don. The proclamation reads, whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life and well-being of the people of the city of Mountain View. And whereas the infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Mountain View to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest in understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas in the year 2022 marks the 62nd annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Lucas Ramirez, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do recognize the week of May 15th through May 21st, 2022 as National Public Works Week and urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protect our national health, safety, and quality of life. Public Works Director Cameron, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for this recognition of Public Works employees and the valuable work that they do. As shown on my Zoom background, the theme for this year's National Public Works Week is Ready and Resilient. I think this theme truly describes our Mountain View Public Works team, especially over the last 2 years of the pandemic. Our Public Works employees have consistently demonstrated their readiness and resiliency. Whether it is our utility staff working all night to repair a broken water main, fleet services keeping the public safety vehicles in prime condition, landfill staff being out there every day during the pandemic, keeping the closed landfills safe, streets crews repairing potholes and sidewalks, or facilities helping to prepare the community center to be a vaccination site. At the same time, Public Works is in the forefront of meeting the council's and community goals for sustainability and resiliency, with water resources promoting water conservation, solid waste helping our community move towards zero waste, transportation and traffic working toward more and safer bicycle and pedestrian facilities, and engineering, designing, and constructing recycled water and sea level rise projects, new all-electric buildings such as the Ringsdorf Aquatic Center, new parks, and major transportation improvements. I feel fortunate to have an exceptional team of Public Works employees who help keep the city running, and they do it well with a commitment to service, professionalism, and hard work. They amaze me every day with their readiness and resiliency in taking on new challenges. At the same time, they couldn't do what they do without the strong support they receive from the City Council, all of you, and the City Manager. One thing that makes working for the City of Mountain View so special is that we have a council that truly appreciates us and the value of public works. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Vice Mayor Hicks. Oh, yes. Very grateful for your work and the work that your team does for our city every day. Would any member of the council like to say a few words? Vice Mayor Hicks.
So for my few words, I'm gonna steal a comment from my sister, a comment she made when she was she became a doctor when she got her degree. People congratulated her and told her they were so proud because think of how life expectancy in America has increased over the past century, because of doctors like her. And she said, actually, when we studied public health in school, we were told that it wasn't doctors primarily, it was planners, that's for myself, and people working for the public work in public works. So my thank you is thank you for increased life expectancy and public health, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I'd just like to also offer my thanks to the Public Works staff. I think that Public Works is just really foundational to a civil society. And they hear from us when things don't work. We just sort of take many of the things that are part of Public Works for granted, but they're actually quite complex. Like our water systems and our wastewater systems and our solid waste systems and our roads, and they make our lives much better. So thank you for all that work, and keep up the good work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other members of the council wishing to speak? If not, I'll go ahead and move on to 3.4. Thank you again, Don. Hopefully I can get through this without losing my voice. We are happy to be joined this evening by Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee Chair Valerie Fenwick, who will accept this proclamation. Proclamation reads, whereas for more than a century, the bicycle has been of the lives of Americans, whereas today, millions engage in bicycling as an environmentally sound form of transportation, an excellent form of fitness, and a healthy family recreational activity. And whereas the education of cyclists and motorists as to the proper and safe operation of bicycles is important to ensure the safety and comfort of all users. And whereas the League of American Bicyclists and independent cyclists throughout our state are promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities. And whereas Mountain View has been named a silver-level bicycle-friendly community by the League of American Bicyclists, now, therefore, I, Lucas Ramirez, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Bike Month in the City of Mountain View, California. Yay. Valerie, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Ramirez. I really appreciate this recognition and all of the recent and ongoing work by the staff and City Council, as well as the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee to make our streets and trails safer for bicyclists of all levels and abilities. I really am excited about all of the events planned, particularly with Bike to Anywhere Month happening. And I just would say, council members and staff and anyone else from the member of the public, come join us. We'd love to see you out on the trails this month. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your service to our community. Would any member of the council like to speak? Say a few words? If not, thank you again for joining us, Valerie, and congratulations for receiving this proclamation. We will now take the public comment on the presentation items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on the presentation items listed on the agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. We have we've got a couple of members, so this is for the presentations only. Not for any other item on the agenda. So if you would like to speak regarding the presentations you just heard, please raise your hand. I'm no longer seeing members of the public wishing to speak on the presentations, so we will conclude the presentations and take a break. How about 7:15? Does that work for everybody? All right, so we'll take a break until 7:15. See you then. All righty. We will resume the meeting and proceed with item 4, consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Vice Mayor Hicks.
So I don't know if I want to pull one or not. I'm going to ask the city manager for some advice on 4.2, which I would like to comment on. But my take on this is that we're just receiving an update, and that the PRC will discuss and get community input on this later this week. And if that's so, and that we'll have the ability to adapt the process given input from PRC members, Canopy, residents, et cetera. So if that's the case, I'll just comment on it and let other members of the public and council members comment on it. Is that the case, that if you could digest everything I just said, is that the case that I can just comment on it, other people can comment on it, and then, because it's just an update, and then we have the ability to adapt the process as it goes to the PRC and so forth.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks or Vice Mayor Hicks. Yes, that is correct. You're talking about the Parks and Rec strategic plan and the biodiversity strategy, correct?
Yes. So I would like to comment on it, let other council people and members of the public comment on it, but not pull it. Although, frankly, it doesn't, to pull it and then pass it wouldn't make much difference. And for members of the public, they could comment on it when the mayor takes comments on all of the consent items, I assume, just to be clear, so that people aren't left out.
Are you requesting to pull 4.2, or did you want to make comments prior to the motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
I assumed that I could comment on it then, and that members of the public, I want to make them aware that if they want to comment on it, they would do it when you take general comment on all the consent items. That's what I'm trying to do in order to make the meeting work efficiently. And I'm also trying to be clear on it.
Okay, thank you. So yes, you are correct, unless another member of the council chooses to pull 4.2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I also have comments on 4.2 that I would like to make, but I also have a question on 4.5. And if it's, I might not have to pull that for being looked at separately. I sent in the question about the TOT and whether or not we could have the consultant take a look at that and give us their perspective on timing and increase. And it came back saying, yes, we could expand the scope, but I wasn't sure, did that mean, yes, we could if the council votes on it and approves it, or we could just automatically do that?
Is staff able to answer that question right now?
Mayor Ramirez and Councilmember Matichak. So this is something that staff can incorporate as part of the economic vitality strategy and looking at our overall what's happening with TOT, what's happening in the region, and what they may recommend. So I believe this is something that we can incorporate as part of the scope.
Okay, so we don't have to vote on it. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Would any other member of the council like to pull an item? If not, I'm going to pull 4.4, plant-based eating resolution program. And I'm just taking some notes so I can remember that. Seeing no other members of the council wishing to speak, as Vice Mayor Hicks mentioned, we will first take public comment for every item on the consent calendar except 4.4, plant-based eating resolution and program. We'll take public comment on that separately after we've dispensed with the balance of the consent calendar. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on any item on the consent calendar except for 4.4? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Let's go ahead and allocate 2 minutes. First speaker is Rashi Sharma. And I do not have the ability to mute or unmute for some reason, so I will need staff's assistance.
Good evening, Mayor Ramirez and council members. My name is Rashi Sharma, and I am a local high school student and volunteer with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I would like to speak on consent item 4.2, Parks and Open Space Update. Audubon appreciates the intent to start a Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan, Biodiversity Strategy, and a Community Tree Master Plan update. The biodiversity strategy is broad in scope and expected to influence the Heritage Tree Ordinance, Landscaping Ordinance, Lighting Ordinance, Community Tree Master Plan, Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan, the Active Transportation Plan, and Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. We commend staff for taking this approach, but we are very concerned about the timelines, especially for the strategy for biodiversity, which will only come back to council in mid-2024, while development, loss of trees and canopy, and increased pressure on parks and ecological resources continues. We are facing a global biodiversity crisis, with the Bay Area one of the most at-risk locations for losing biodiversity in North America. Mountain View has been able to keep some endangered species from becoming extirpated, the burrowing owls, for example, but they too are on the brink of disappearance from our area. We must expedite the work on biodiversity strategy so implementation can start sooner rather than later. There is an urgency to protect and expand parks, biodiversity, lighting, and the community forest. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I want to speak on 4.2 also. And now that I've heard from Councilmember Hicks that it's going to be handled by PRC coming up, I don't necessarily want to say too much on this, but the comment that was already made about the timeline, this for Green Spaces Mountain View, this is a big concern too. There is too much going on around biodiversity and canopy and climate protection and all of that to have things wait too long. We're somewhat concerned with the Community Tree Master Plan staggered schedule where they do tweaking for the first 5 years and then major changes in the last part. And I can bring this up with PRC. And also putting the Community Tree Master Plan in with biodiversity in general might not be broad enough because there are other considerations to take into account. I'll leave off the rest and save that for a PRC. And on 4.6, can I just go into that? I assume that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's about Moffett Wisman repaving projects. And I was a little puzzled what that meant because that's not a location, it's an area. And I wanted to point out that I personally hope that that will include the bike lane on North Wisman between Wisman Station Drive and Dana Street. The bikeways there are in very poor condition and they're not adequately inviting to anyone, particularly those who might be hesitant about biking in our city. Given that we're increasing our attention on active transportation in Mountain View, such obviously needed improvements must be prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Robin Lynn.
Hey there. I wanted to talk about 4.2 as well. Thanks so much for taking the time to listen to the comments. Yeah, I mean, I think one thing where there is kind of intersection of all these plans is that if you don't have park space, it makes having a really good biodiversity plan and canopy plan, it just makes it that much harder to implement. And I think that's, to me, one of the heart of the problems is just that the city does not have very much city park space that it owns itself. I think there's a huge reliance on school-owned property, seems to be, going forward, going to be a very big reliance on privately owned park space that may or may not be accessible at, all the times that, say, Cuesta Park would be. And I think this is something that I hope that you all, the 7 of you, as well as city staff, really think deeply about. This is not something that is going to be solved overnight. It's not something that without a lot of deep thought and a lot of kind of discussions will be solvable. I don't think this is an easy problem to solve. We're not growing more land. And as far as I can tell, we haven't figured out how to build over water yet. So, I think this is something that if we don't start thinking about it now, the problem is only going to get worse. And I really I hope that we're trying to leave this city in better shape for future generations, like past generations have for us. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Celia Paymer.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yes,
I also wanted to speak on 4.2. One thing kind of in line with what everyone else has said, that we would like to see like a faster timeline and more of a focus on like really achievable goals, like quantifiable and achievable goals. One thing I would love to see on there would be something about evaluating and assessing the ratios for park space related to new developments. So either the in lieu fees or the space provided. Currently, the ratios are at 1.5 per 1,000 residents on average. And since Quimby is 3, that means we're actually being taken away from going towards Quimby Act of 3 acres per 1,000 residents. Because all of the like SB 9s, they're not going to be required to contribute to that. So we're actually going to get worse park ratios over time with the ones we have currently. So I would like to see an evaluation of that and maybe some sort of timeline on recommending that get reassessed and possibly changed. I don't know that PRC is able to change it themselves, but at least a recommendation of what that should be so that we can actually meet our Quimby Act goals. I think that's where the 5 acres per 1,000 residents in our neighboring cities is coming from, because they're actually trying to catch up, whereas we're falling further behind. So I would like to see something in there along those lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hala.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council and City staff. My name is Hala Al-Shawani. I'm a longtime resident in Mountain View. On 4.2, yes, I would like to see the council move the timeline so there are decisions to protect and save our heritage trees, incorporate them into the design of new developments would come much sooner than later in 2024. Losing these great assets are going to negatively impact our quality of life, the quality of the air, the biodiversity of our city. The last list of developments that the city listed, there were a total of 1,760 heritage mature trees are either being removed or will be removed in the process of getting these developments built. So I urge you to really put an urgent timeline to come up with a plan that can save these trees and incorporate them into a sustainable design that can serve the community in growing, but also keeping our lives and our community sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now bring the item back for council action and note that a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include reading the title of the ordinance attached to item 4.3 and the resolutions attached to items 4.1 and 4.6. Since 4.4 has been pulled, we will take a motion on that separately. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I do want to make a couple of comments on 4.2. I am concerned about the timing, as has been mentioned by quite a few folks here, of both of the plans. Let's put it that way. And I am wondering if there is a way to do phases where we can get some phase one actions done sooner rather than later. I do feel a sense of urgency around these because we are at a critical point, and I don't want to lose any of our wildlife, birds, other things because of a changing environment. And so I do feel a great sense of urgency. I feel the sense of urgency around parks too, because as has been pointed out, land is a finite resource. So I would like to see some way to phase these where we can have actionable steps sooner rather than later. And then specifically on the Parks and Rec plan, I was wondering if when the PRC looks at this, they could take a look at the planning area boundaries. I looked at those and thought, I don't feel like these are natural boundaries that people think about when they think about areas of the city. And when it comes to parks, some of these areas are pretty large, and perhaps it would be better to look at this in smaller areas so that we're focusing on getting parks distributed throughout the city within walking distance of residents. So for example, like the Miramonte area and the Rangsdorf area, I don't think someone is going to walk from one part of that area to the other to a park. So I think if possible, I don't know how we came about with these, but I think maybe we need to revisit them and focus on smaller areas if possible. And then for the biodiversity strategy, which as the staff report proposes is to include the community tree master plan. I am concerned about the community tree master plan kind of getting lost in that. And so I'm glad that the PRC is going to discuss this, and I hope they can come up with a good solution. I was very intrigued by the letter from Canopy, and I thought perhaps that's a good idea, but I guess I'll leave it up to the PRC to come up with the proposal. I'll just express my concern about the potential loss of the focus on trees, and I don't want to do that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So I originally spoke up on 4.2, the Parks and Open Space update, because it was on the consent calendar, and I think it's a really important topic for our city, and many residents of the city have said that they think it's important as well. And so I didn't want it to get lost in the in all our numerous sort of before summer break consent calendar items. I want to say this is highlight that it's really important, and that it's become, as several people have said, urgent, in part because I guess this has been happening gradually over time as our population has been growing, particularly over the past decade, and also as I think our access to the schoolyards as parks has been gradually eroding with summer school and after school programs, sort of that more intensive use by the schools of those yards. And then the sudden, I think the fencing was kind of the straw that we needed to draw it to our attention. What's been happening over time, that those are no longer really places that we can rely on as neighborhood parks. So I think that just makes this whole realm of things very important and urgent. I agree with what is named in the update, combining multiple plans. I think combining them under the biodiversity plan. I don't think we should silo them and look at them separately. at the same time, I do, it resonated with me when Canopy and Advocates for Parks also said that there's the danger when you combine them of not making each one of those components, not doing as thorough a job as you might otherwise. So I'm aware of that, and I wanted to speak out about that. I am hoping that the next PRC meeting will be a good place to hash that out in great detail. And I'm encouraging interested members of the public to go there. I don't think right now we can make a pronouncement on what that will be, but I'm going to bring up two other things that I hope come up during that discussion. There was a talk, I agreed mostly with probably completely with what Councilmember Matichek said about phasing. I also want to look at equity. Clearly there are areas of the city that are much better served with parks than other areas. So of course, that's something we have to look at. And I also think we have to do a deep dive on the changing needs for parks over time. Like my neighbor who was a child here 100 years ago said he could go out on a walk and see green space anytime he wanted. They needed baseball fields because you couldn't play baseball in an orchard, but you could walk past one. We're in a different place now. We need different things probably than we needed when we need, as we densify and we no longer have orchards around, we need a whole different set of things. And I want to make sure we do a deep dive on that as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Councilmember Abigail, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Matichek. The idea of phasing sounds like a good option, given the rather lengthy timeline to complete the entire project. In particular, a member of the public had mentioned designing with trees in mind, and I'm thinking, frankly, the project we're going to see next is an example of something where trees are being proposed more trees are being proposed to be saved after the fact, but it's been a topic of conversation. I know my former colleague Councilmember Bryant used to bring it up, but how do we encourage or even start to require certain more trees to be heritage trees to be saved, to design around the trees where possible? Should we even start to put in guidelines or numeric actual numbers or goals on numerical goals on how many trees should be saved, so that we don't do it after the fact but actually do it up front. So I hope that that's something that can be included. And if there are ways to speed up certain parts of this planning process, we do that and include the issue of design with trees in mind as one of the items to look at immediately, just because within 2 years, I imagine we're going to see quite a few housing projects or just development projects in the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I just wanted, on top of what everyone else has said, I just wanted to thank the PRC in advance for all the work they're going to do for the community. This is a very important topic. And having worked in the environmental field for many years, I know that biodiversity is really not something you can separate out anytime you're looking at wildlife and tree and flora issues. I mean, it's just inextricably combined. So, it is possible to develop a separate biodiversity plan if you want to do that. Of course, you could do it that way, but you can't really completely separate them. It just doesn't work that way. I'm sure that they'll figure out a good balance. But we really, in particular, in an urban setting like this, want to promote pollinators and interconnection between pollinators and reoaking. And so those are just two things I want to say. I thank you for the work you're going to do, and don't forget about reoaking and pollinators. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's not forget that a motion is in order to approve the balance of the consent calendar. Councilmember Showalter.
Okay, well, I'll move the balance of the consent calendar. I think I can just read it here from the agenda flow, right? I move the balance of the consent calendar. Number 1, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing and continuing virtual meetings of City Council, committees, boards, and commissions pursuant to AB 361 and making required findings to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.3, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View adding section 2.69.3 entitled Military Equipment Policy to the Mountain View City Code in compliance with Assembly Bill 481. To be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.4, adopt a resolution of the City Council supporting a plant-based. I'm sorry, you pulled that. Sorry. 4.6, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting a list of projects for funding to be allocated during fiscal year 2022-23 from Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. Be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, I will ask the city clerk to begin the roll call.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matachek?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. And I will now invite Audrey to the panel because that's what the agenda flow says. I wanted to ask a couple of questions, and depending on staff's response, suggest some additional direction. After the questions, I'll go to public comment. So members of the public, feel free to raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item, and I'll call you momentarily. So first, I support the motion, or I support the resolution. I support the program. I think it's a great start. I do feel pretty strongly, though, about in whatever way is palatable to staff, to our city employees, prohibiting the use of public funding or public money on animal-based products. And I wanted to get a sense from staff of, for the municipal operations component of the program, to what extent are you already contemplating that? And if not, what type of direction would be appropriate so we can make sure we can, work with city employees, conduct surveys, and get a sense of what options might be most palatable.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. Audrey Ramberg, Assistant City Manager, Chief Operating Officer. To this point, we are not recommending a prohibition of city funding being used for the purchase of non-plant-based diets and eating. We have had only preliminary meetings with staff in a variety of the relevant areas. Everything from our recreation and community services programs that serve food to program participants or event attendees, to our human resources department that put on a number of employee recognition and appreciation events at which food is served, and to our purchasing department that implements whatever our guidelines and procedures are in our purchasing processes. And the interest that we've heard so far from those team meetings has been that a really great start would be to raise awareness for employees around the health and environmental benefits of plant-based eating, and the options, and making it easier and supporting employees in their choices to increasingly choose plant-based options rather than animal-based options. In terms of setting a target for reduction or elimination, we have not yet considered that and aren't proposing that, feeling that it is necessary to really understand what employees' interests and concerns might be with that, and really having employees feel supported and empowered to make those choices so that we don't have any unintended consequences around employees attending appreciation events and maybe not feeling so appreciated, or feeling like their choices were being curtailed in ways that they hadn't yet come to understand or buy into. So we see it as a process, and definitely having a survey of our employees around what their current understanding is, what their interests and openness and potentially concerns might be, so that we can set targets that employees feel like they can work with us to achieve.
Thank you. That's helpful. Any other questions from the council before I go to public comment? Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm wondering, as it's currently constructed, would that impact on the senior lunches and the Meals on Wheels? Or I know a number of the neighborhood associations have their ice cream socials that they get grant money from the city. So would it impact on all those uses? And then with those questions about why is there suddenly a change, all come back to staff?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Lieber. That's really an assessment that we would need to do. And I would kind of say we'd have to follow the money. Where is it that city funds are being used to purchase food and beverages for whether it's employee events or community events or city programs, and to really understand what the implications would be for the different stakeholders. Because that's also surveying we have not done. We did some surveying of the community at large, and definitely know that there is a strong and very committed group of folks in the community, as well as in community-based organizations, who really believe in plant-based eating and are willing to work with us and help us towards that. But we haven't really done a more focused outreach to the kinds of stakeholders for whom this would be perhaps a change that they weren't really already thinking about, and may not feel very welcome to them. And that would include things that we'd really have to assess of what would it mean for senior nutrition programs and for our school early childhood and school age programs, our teen programs, our break rooms, our funding for neighborhood grants, as you mentioned, any kinds of meals that we might be funding for employees. And we just haven't done that outreach yet. And so I do expect that there would be reaction. I mean, I've been in local government long enough and know that these are the kinds of things that people tend to have really strong feelings about on both sides, if you will. I'm not trying to say that these are sides. And I do think it would come back to staff to try to help walk people through that, and might come back to council also if that were a policy direction that the council wishes to pursue.
And have we had conversations with the chamber yet about this? Because I noticed in the staff report there was discussion of let's have staff assign ratings to the restaurants in Mountain View of gold, silver, bronze on how creative they are with plant-based materials. And so would we be having staff go out and do that, or have we had conversations with the chamber about would they help us to promote making these options available?
Yes. The chamber had the economic vitality staff, as well as our sustainability staff, have talked in a pretty preliminary way with the Chamber of Commerce, and they are eager to work with us. They see this as a potential way to support restaurants, which is the way that we're seeing it and proposing it as well, that it's supporting people who already want to eat in a plant-based diet, find those options more easily, and making it easier for restaurants who want to do more than they're already doing to do that. And so we would absolutely work with the chamber more, beyond what we've done in terms of our very preliminary conversation with them. And we also know, as I mentioned, that there are community-based organizations and residents of Mountain View who want to volunteer and help with that kind of outreach. And so we would expect to be able to partner and mobilize with those folks.
Okay. And I see that when the comments and questions come up that Mr. Peter Katz is here, and I'll be looking to see how much of the load is the chamber itself willing to take on? How much of the staffing towards it would the chamber be willing to take on? I think we all know that our funding is limited in nature this year, and we've made a big commitment to other kinds of things, and I definitely support increasing our commitment to the most needy. And so I'll be looking for who exactly is going to carry the load. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So my question is I know that council allocated $30,000 for city efforts towards plant-based eating, which frankly, it seems like what we're getting. What I read in the staff report seems like we're getting a pretty big bang for our buck. But I'm wondering how you're thinking about this in terms of a multi-year effort. I suppose that may be up to council, but I thought that staff might have talked about that as well, because it seems like this is something that could be phased in over, that might work out better. And if it were rolled, I don't mean the currently recommended things in the staff report, but taking it further each year as people, I mean, frankly, the first thing I want is to have more options available to people when they go to restaurants, and also to provide some leadership. I don't just want to say, well, people who are already vegan can continue being vegan. So to push it forward without turning people off, without making people angry, I guess is the line I'm trying to walk. So I'm wondering, so my question is, do you envision this as a multi-year effort if we give you $30,000 next year as well?
I'm not sure I'm ready to say that. I don't think we're far enough along in the program design to understand how it's going and what might be the logical next steps, and also how it fits in with our larger planning efforts around carbon neutrality and the target dates that we're setting for that. I think we're going to have a lot of priorities just within sustainability and just within achieving our own emissions reduction targets for our community greenhouse gas inventory. And so there's going to be some trade-offs there that I'm not sure that I could talk about the long-term next steps of how to take plant-based eating further, but I think that's a very logical thing for us to look at and bring back to council as a part of the assessment of the program that we are proposing.
Okay, so I'm hearing that it's not a definite next step you've been thinking about, but that council could opt to do that depending on what comes out of this year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions before I go to public comment? If not, I will ask if any member of the public on the line would like to provide comment on this item, 4.4, plant-based eating resolution and program. If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Let's go ahead and allocate, just because we're getting late, 1 minute and 30 seconds. The first speaker is Lisa Wade. Lisa, are you able to unmute yourself? We're not able to hear you.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much for all you do for sustainability in Mountain View. I'm grateful for your efforts to promote plant-based eating as a powerful way to address climate change and other environmental issues. I'm with Plant-Based Advocates, a nonprofit group working to educate the public about the many benefits of plant-based eating. And we would also be willing to help the council in any way that we can. I really appreciate Vice Mayor Hicks's comments for a multi-year project with more funding. As she said, that would be a big bang for the bucks and would be a very smart thing to do. New York City has a default vegan day in their schools once a week where they provide vegan meals for all students. And if students want animal products, then they have to specifically request that. So that's one thing that you could consider doing. Since a plant-based diet helps with so many things, not just greenhouse gas emissions, but biodiversity and reducing pollution and the ability to use less land that you can then reforest, which can take carbon out of the air and also provide more advantages for biodiversity. As was mentioned, trees and biodiversity kind of go together. So if we can eat more plants, we can have more land to reforest and help our environment. So I'd like to see Mountain View do more to promote plant-based eating, and I really appreciate the efforts that you've already done so far. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mohan. Mohan Gurunathan?
Yes, good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Nice to see you all. Good evening, City Council, Mayor Ramirez. Thanks for taking my comments. Recent studies have found that rich countries need to reduce meat and dairy consumption by at least 75% to avoid a global ecological and food system collapse. 75%, it's an immense, almost unbelievable statistic, but it is true. The fact is our food system is completely out of control. We now feed the majority of our crops to livestock rather than humans, and livestock outnumber wild animals by at least 15 to 1. In the US, farm animal waste outweighs human waste by at least a factor of 100. So our food system drives not only climate change, but destroys rainforests, causes mass extinction, guzzles most of our fresh water, pollutes our rivers, empties the oceans, and is responsible for millions of preventable human deaths each year. And the primary cause all goes back to animal-based foods, meat and dairy products. Now is the time to think big and act bigger. I know that changing people's diets and habits is not an easy task, but I believe for our children's sake, we have to try. I do agree with Ms. Ramberg, we cannot force change upon people, but I think a lot can be accomplished through education and offering the proper incentives. I do believe this is a gradual process that we need to commit to.
Sorry, Mohan, you've run out of time. The next speaker is Karen Rubio.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Karen Rubio. I'm an environmentalist, journalist, and co-founder of nonprofit Plant-Based Advocates in Los Gatos. And I'm asking the Council to take action to ensure a habitable planet for our children by including education about plant-based diets into your programs. On March 31st, the Mercury News published my opinion piece entitled, "It's Time for Californians to Talk About the Cow in the Room." In this article, I explain how 47% of California's water goes to meat and dairy production, and how the livestock industry plays a key role in climate change, as well as biodiversity loss, pollution, and so many other problems we face today. Shifting to a plant-based diet reduces foods' associated greenhouse gas emissions by as much as 73% and cuts in half the water needed to produce our food. Therefore, any plan to achieve a sustainable environment must include education about plant-based diets. The IPCC report has outlined the dire consequences if we fail to address runaway global warming. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said of a recent IPCC report, "It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening and the evidence is irrefutable."
Thank you, Karen. I'm sorry. I know 1 minute, 30 seconds goes by pretty quickly, but I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is Peter Katz.
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez. This is Peter Katz, CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. First, I wanted to echo what Assistant Manager Ramberg said, that the Chamber is indeed engaged in these conversations and committed to help our businesses move towards the goal of plant-based eating. Councilmember Lieber asked how much are we willing to do. That's really kind of a hard question to answer as we're still in early conversation stages. But at the least, we will leverage our substantial communication vehicles with our restaurants, which include forums, include letters, block walks. The Downtown Business Association has block captains and so on. So we have a number of ways to really have meaningful conversations and work towards those goals. We also are committed towards sustainability in a broader sense, whether that be, making sure that there are no plastic forks and things like that in use. That's a longer term project as well. We do have to be cognizant that a lot of our businesses are still struggling. And so asking for any change with just a flip of a light switch is very, very hard. So we need to kind of ease into this and work through it. But we are committed to work together with the city and do this in an organized fashion.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hala.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor and City staff, City Council. My name is Hala. I wanted to commend the city and thank them for their effort in putting together, hopefully, a good program that will promote plant-based diet. I just wanted to mention that I was part of the Environmental Sustainability Task Force, the second one that gathered information in 2017, and we actually found that the greenhouse gas emissions from the non-plant-based diet was the third cause actually to greenhouse gas emissions, right after auto and fossil fuel used for heating systems. And so I think it's really about time. That was approved actually, I think in 2018, the city did accept this recommendation. And so I'm really pleased to see that you are leading some concrete ways to implement this. And I hope it gets done sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Iman Gaseviya.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, I'm Iman Gaseviya. I'm a student at Santa Clara University, and I just wanted to come on here and vocalize my support for more plant-based options. As someone who understands the health impacts of eating a plant-based diet, as well as the environmental impacts, the factory farm industry as it currently exists enables ableism, racism, sexism, a lot of destructive isms that go on in our society are fueled in large part by the factory farm industry, and giving more plant-based alternatives for people here in the Bay Area, I think, is really important. I also think that there should be a specific emphasis on getting these options to communities that are lower income, specifically because these are the communities that, in my opinion, need access to resources, plant-based foods the most, as it is their health and well-being that is the responsibility of this council. And yeah, I think this is great, and I hope that there is a wider and more equitable distribution of plant-based options to make it affordable and accessible for people in all communities who want to give this lifestyle a whirl. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kayla Hardy.
Hi there, my name is Kayla Hardy. I'm a Mountain View resident. I just wanted to say thank you very much for this agenda item. I eat a plant-based diet, and there are often not that many options. So I appreciate it from a climate change perspective, but also for just being inclusive for everyone's diet. And I was also wondering if we wanted to collaborate with the city or give feedback, what would the best way would be to do that. I saw that there's the Mountain View Sustainability Community Volunteer Group. I'm wondering if that's the best to get involved if the city wants feedback. I'm not sure what the best way is to give feedback for this other than right now. So if you have any suggestions for that, that'd be great. And thanks again.
Very much. We will return to, Christine Keller, you're next.
Good evening, Council. I just want to thank you also for your work on this item and for both helping us to have it as additional healthy options, but also for the impact on that it has on the climate crisis. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we will return to the council for deliberation and action. A motion is in order. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think that plant-based eating is incredibly important for its impact on the habitability of the planet and definitely our very survival. And some good questions were raised earlier about the affordable housing complex that we're going to be moving forward on, and how do we ensure that there isn't a fresh food desert surrounding that new location for people to live. Right now, for myself, I would like to take this kind of slowly and have education and encouragement be our investment in things. I have to say that economically, people in our community are not out of the very difficult place that they've been in for almost 2 years. And $30,000 is not a lot of money, but I will scrape the floor for nickels and dimes right now to put into keeping people in their homes and not having them be searching for a minivan to live in on our streets. And I think that this will, as a program is intimated at in our staff report, it would take a lot of staffing. And just the press questions alone, I think would take a great deal of staffing. And I would like to see an outside organization carry the load on that. And we've had a couple of good representatives come forward tonight from plant-based eating associations here in the South Bay. I think that we have to exercise control over our funding and staff time as an organization right now, and just just dial it back a little bit and rely first on educational efforts. The chamber has indicated that they have people who are very interested, and I know that they are recruiting for downtown ambassadors right now, and that's a very good option. I'd like to see us really highlight the availability of fresh plant-based food that we have through the farmers market and through some of the backyard produce sharing programs that we have right now. But, you know, after a lot of reflection over the past year, I really can't commit money to anything that isn't about, you know, immediately keeping people in their homes right now. And Ms. Ramberg's presentation, you know, kind of alluded to some areas that I hadn't thought about in terms of this, about, you know, the need to get buy-in and an opportunity to give feedback from our police and firefighters who are often required to eat duty meals at work and stay at work for 3 or 4 days at a time. And I think there's just a lot here. It's a very great importance environmentally. But for me right now, the paramount thing is keeping people in their homes during this time. And thank goodness we're going to have some options on that coming up in the future. All of the indications from the federal government are that we will not have the funding coming from the federal government that we did in the last year. And probably not from, like we did this year, from the state government either. So I just, I think that this is incredibly important. The education is the most important thing, because in terms of moving the dial, it's what people do at home that probably matters the most. And so that's just where I'm at with this right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I'm excited about this program. I think it's been a long time coming. I know I had resisted doing a resolution until we had programs behind it, and we're there. So I think this is great to move forward. As a lifelong vegetarian, I actually have found that I spend less money on food than my animal, that sounds bad, than my friends who eat an animal diet. And so actually, I think this can help people in many different ways and be great for the environment. So I'll move the staff recommendation, which includes adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View supporting a plant-based eating program to be read in title only, further reading waived. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abitoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to second the motion. And if I can just add a few comments, thank you to staff for bringing this forward. I do support the overall concepts here, but I do appreciate the conversation we've had and some of the questions. So I think this is a good way to start off. I would definitely emphasize the education component. What I noticed, and this kind of ties into some of what was already discussed, but when we talk about city services and offering food in the programs we have, and I would be curious to hear how this could affect our senior meal program. I volunteer, on Tuesdays at the senior center with CSA's meal program, and it's interesting. I've been there 2 years now, but whenever we have a vegetarian lunch day, our numbers drop. And so, yeah, it's kind of a joke when amongst us volunteers and the staff that when that happens. But I just, wonder if we just need to do more education to encourage folks, to eat plant-based and the benefits of it. I will say, I heard Mohan's presentation at Leadership Mountain View, and that very compelling. I came home and said, all right, we need to do this. And so I think there's definitely a lot of ambassadors out there that I hope we can work with. And my thought too is going forward, I'm happy to do this for a year, but because there are community-based organizations that seem to be doing this, perhaps would it be better for us to include CDBG in our CDBG process, or some kind of a grant program or grant instead for a community-based organization to actually conduct the efforts if staffing is a concern, which I know it is for our city right now. So just something to think about moving forward if we can decide to continue this. But I think it's worth moving forward with it, and we can definitely revisit it down the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? I guess a concluding thought, I think most of us regularly see headlines about climate change and rapidly approaching tipping points, points of no return. They're pretty bleak. It's hard to read those and not feel some amounts of existential dread. And I think, what you respond with is either this is hyperbolic or we're in serious jeopardy. And if you don't think it's hyperbolic and we are in serious jeopardy, dramatic action will be necessary to get us back to a more sustainable world. And I think the concern many of us feel in different ways is we're not taking that type of dramatic action, at least not in sort of the manner that Mohan had shared in his remarks earlier. And I feel like though it's not going to solve the problem, prohibiting the use of public money on animal-based products is a pretty significant move that I think could serve as a model for other cities. Taking out public investment in something that's a major market, and if you remove the public funding, then that maybe gives an opportunity for nascent markets or alternative markets to have a shot. I don't think education will go far enough, fast enough. I'm one of those folks who eats a lot of animal-based products because I think it's tasty, right? It's really hard for me to give it up. And I might not be as reluctant if the decision is made for me. I might rebel initially. Wow, I can't use taxpayer money to feed myself with a steak or something. That's terrible. But over time, I'll get used to it, right? I can still, using my own money, purchase an animal-based food product. So I would like to explore that. I don't want to do it against, or impose it on staff. My intent is not to reduce employee morale or anything, but I'd love to have that conversation and see what options might be most palatable over time, and start eliminating that public investment in something that we know is causing serious damage to the environment. So I'll stop there. I'll support the motion on the floor. If there are no other comments, then I'll ask the city clerk to commence the roll call.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koka?
Aye.
Councilmember Lieber?
Abstain.
Okay. Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5.
Thank you very much. We will now move to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on any item not on the agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Since we are, again, getting pretty late, let's limit public comment to 1 minute and 30 seconds. The first speaker is Tom Myers.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Ramirez, City Council, and City staff. I'm Tom Myers, Executive Director of Community Services Agency, and I'm here tonight to send heartfelt thanks to the Mountain View Police Department. On Wednesday morning, April 27th, as I was getting ready to leave for work, I received a message unlike any I had ever received. It was a message that anyone would dread. It was from the chief, who said that a situation had developed at CSA and someone had barricaded themselves in our building. At the time, I had no idea whether the person was armed, whether there was a CSA staff member in the building as well, or how the situation would play out. When I arrived, the PD had the situation under control. CSA staff were sent to another location and staff leadership stayed with the police command area. I was very proud of my team and the way that they worked with the police department. But I was also very proud of Mountain View Police Department. As vehicle after vehicle drove up to the scene, familiar faces would emerge each time. I was so grateful that all these officers knew CSA and knew us and knew who we were at the scene. After several hours, the situation ended, not by force or speed, but with patience and with talking. And because they were patient, there was very little damage to the CSA building. So from everyone at CSA, thank you to the Mountain View Police Department. We value our partnership and making this a great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and your sentiments are shared by the council. The next speaker is James Apfel.
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez. Thank you to the rest of the City Council for your time tonight. My name is James Apfel. I'm a Mountain View resident and a Government and Community Relations Coordinator for Bloom Energy, a clean, resilient energy company founded right here in Silicon Valley. Some wonderful conversations about sustainability tonight in the council. Last year, Bloom raised over $250,000 for the Valley Medical Center Foundation at our inaugural Stars and Strides community run to support and celebrate frontline hospital and healthcare workers in recognition for their selfless service throughout the COVID-19 crisis. This year, we're building on our success, and we'd like to invite you to join us on July 2nd for our second annual Stars and Strides community run to raise $350,000 for the Valley Medical Center Foundation with 2,500 paying participants and 400 volunteers. We'd love if you could register for yourself and your family on starsandstridesrun.com. And for elected officials, we'd love if you would sign up under the California Service official 5K challenge. We have a wonderful opportunity to celebrate healthcare workers in our Valley. So I hope to see you on July 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Albert Jeans.
Good evening, Mayor Ramirez and council members. I just want to get something off my chest. It's not anything really weighty. Just next slide, please. As you know, the Mountain View logo was redesigned a few months ago. I actually like the old logo. I thought it was very unique. The size, the shape, the colors, very understated. Now we have, next slide, please, this logo, which has started to pop up here and there, including on the city's Moffett website. And it reminded me not so much as when I grew up, you know, grew up in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Next slide, please. Things like Peter Max's artwork. Maybe this is before the mayor's time. Next slide, please. And I've also seen this in decal form on trucks around town and stuff like that. And that was all fine. You know, I can kind of live with this. But then I saw this. Next slide, please. You know, I just happened to be surfing the web and I saw this on Sunnyvale's website. This is for the Sunnyvale Downtown Association. It looks so familiar. I mean, so, you know, I'm just my opinion. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I just throw that out and make people aware of what our logo looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. The next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mountain View is doing what's needed to comply with AB 361, but at some point that's going to end, and California cities will have to be sure their meeting rooms can support hybrid meetings. Currently, for our city, that's only council chambers. I want to ask that City Hall conference rooms be equipped to handle hybrid meetings in preparation for when in-person meetings commence again. My understanding is that there are supply chain delays in play that could be preventing this from happening right away. But I'd like to see the city plan for these upgrades at the earliest opportunity in any case, or rather, in any case, yeah, and before in-person advisory body meetings begin again. This in order to ensure members of the community can continue to attend and comment remotely without interruption. Thanks.
1 minute was exceeded.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Christine Keller.
Good evening, Council. I just heard the person speak about the logo, and it's been on my mind, but not as pressing issue. But I definitely like the old logo better as well, especially the fact that there's 3 trees included, and seeing it shift to 1 tree, especially after all the tree discussions we've had, was not a good sign to me. The previous logo looks much better. So when I heard that person share that, I wanted to chime in on that as well. And obviously I'm an advocate for more trees in real life and in the logo. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 6, public hearing. The only item is 6.1, residential development at 555 West Middlefield Road. Would any council members like to make disclosures? Councilmember Showalter.
I met with the developer and have visited the site.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Well, since the last time we talked about this, I've met with the applicant. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. I've visited the site now a number of times, and also met with the applicant, the neighbors, and other community members by Zoom.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I met with the applicant, the neighbors, and visited the site.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
I've also met with the applicant, visited the site, and met with neighbors since the last time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will disclose that I also met with the applicant. Senior Planner Diana Pancholi will present the item. Feel free to begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Council, and my name is Diana Pancholi, Senior Planner with the city's Planning Division. The project in front of you tonight is a residential development at 555 West Middlefield Road. A quick recap into a very long history of the project. It's a gatekeeper request authorized back in 2015. EPC and City Council have reviewed the project at various times during 2017 and 2021 study sessions. Recently, earlier this year, EPC reviewed the project at a public hearing in January and recommended conditional approval to the City Council. And City Council reviewed the project at a public hearing on February 8th, 2022. At the February 8th meeting, City Council certified the final EIR with a statement of overriding consideration and adopted the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And along with that, Council also directed the applicant to explore the potential reduction in the project parking required to save more heritage trees on site, and also directed staff to bring back a revised technical analysis for further council consideration. So the remainder of my presentation is going to be focused on very specific project revisions that have been made in order to address the council direction from February 8th meeting. Based on the direction received, applicant has revised the project further to address council comments. Specific changes include reduced parking in Block A, parking garage, reconfigured parking layout in Block C without changing the overall footprint, revise landscape plans to preserve 7 additional existing trees on site, voluntary offers to existing tenants, and voluntary measures to further reduce construction dust and emissions. In summary, these revisions have resulted in preservation of 7 existing trees, which includes 6 heritage trees. It has resulted in a net loss of 44 parking spaces without losing any units that were proposed as part of the original proposal. The applicant has also proposed some voluntary offers to address issues raised by tenants at the City Council meeting on February 8, 2022. These include health concerns related to elderly, children, and people with respiratory illnesses, waiving resident lease termination fee, conducting an audit for all the windows in the existing residential buildings and making repairs as needed. Also offering temporary rent reduction during construction period and offering rent credit to purchase air filters. Here, staff would like to note that while air filters would reduce air quality impacts, this cannot be considered as a mitigation measures where buildings have operable windows. These voluntary offers have been incorporated as a project condition of approval. A little bit about the parking proposal revisions. The original proposal included city's model parking standard compliant parking with 970 spaces. Due to the reduced size of the Block A parking garage to save additional trees, 67 parking spaces have been removed from Block A parking garage. Some of these spaces, around 23 of them, have been reconfigured under Block C parking garage without changing the overall size of the structure. With these revisions, the parking reduction amounts to a net loss of 44 parking spaces, with a total of 926 parking spaces proposed with this revised proposal. A parking study was conducted by Hexacon Transportation Consultants, who evaluated the revised parking for the project by comparing it with other similar projects in the area. The study found an average parking demand ratio of 1 space per unit. The study estimated the parking demand for the project site would be around 725 parking spaces at that ratio, and also concluded that as proposed with 926 parking spaces, the project will have enough and sufficient parking on site. Staff therefore recommends the revised parking proposal based on the results of this study. Following the February 8th City Council meeting, the city has received additional input related to construction dust, tree removals, and potential design revisions for the proposed project. A number of the concerns were also related to improvement work that was going on for the existing buildings. It has been going on for a number of years, and it related to asbestos removal, tenant noticing, and other health concerns. Staff has worked with the applicant to address these concerns. The applicant is working with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District on the asbestos removal and has hired qualified persons to carry out the work. They have also acquired all the required permits from the city as well as from BACMed. They have also incorporated and implemented improved noticing procedures for earlier noticing to the tenants on site. They have also offered alternate arrangements, including use of vacant unit or hotel rooms on the day that the work is being done. In addition to that, city and the applicant also received alternate design input from Sierra Club to save trees along Highway 85 and between Highway 85 and Block C of the proposed development. These alternate design suggestions included removing of 24 units from Block C, along with associated 80 parking spaces in the underground parking garage. Based on an initial staff assessment, staff estimates that this would result in loss of 36 units and around 100 parking spaces from Block C. Moving these units to Block B was another idea in the proposal. Staff notes that moving these to Block B would increase the building height from 4 to 6 stories, causing further massing impacts. Moving parking spaces under Block B would result in additional excavation work that would require additional evaluation and assessment from an environmental impact assessment perspective. The revisions to the site design, including modification of unit placement, density allocation, would require further assessment or reassessment of certain sections of the EIR. The applicant also reviewed the design recommendation with the members of the public and his design team and will be addressing some of these issues as part of their presentation tonight. Staff also received comments about preserving additional trees between Block C and Highway 85. Applicant has looked at preservation strategies to see if additional trees can be preserved over the course of the project review process itself. As it stands right now, there are approximately 43 trees in this area. This includes, majority of them are Brazilian peppers, California peppers, Aleppo pines. Majority of these trees are in poor condition and non-native species. Only 2 of the existing trees in this area are in fair condition and will be preserved on site. Additional trees along Highway 85 would be remaining as is because that is outside the project boundary and they are not proposed to be removed, which adds a landscape buffer between Highway 85 and the Block C buildings as proposed. These are some of the images that show the existing trees in the berm area, which is between Block C and the sound wall of Highway 85 that are proposed to be removed. The proposed planting plan as proposed in the project will replace 41 of the 43 trees with 15 transplanted trees, which are European olive trees, transplanted from other portions of the site. It will include 60 plus new trees, including several 36-inch box trees like Coast Live oak trees and California sycamore trees. As I mentioned earlier, 2 of the existing trees in this area with fair condition will be preserved on site. And these new landscaping will have grown and new planting to create a landscape buffer between Highway 85 with more native species included in the planting plan. Staff also received several resident suggestions and input on dust control measures. The applicant is already required to comply with all the best management practices as required by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, BACMD, regarding the dust control per the Environmental Impact Report. After certification of the EIR by City Council in February, BACMD staff recently contacted the city with additional measures to consider further reduction of the potential dust and particulate emission impacts generated by construction. Staff consulted with the BACMD staff to revise these measures for implementation purposes, and the applicant has voluntarily agreed to them. These have been included as conditions of approval in the project resolutions attached to the City Council report. Additionally, some public concerns were also related to increased traffic on Cypress Point Drive, related to parking relocation under Block C, and some concerns about spillover parking to adjacent residential neighborhoods because of reduced parking provided by the project. It should be noted that the revised parking configuration under Block C was already reviewed as part of the project EIR and has been assessed for all the impacts and operational conditions as well. In accordance with CEQA, a draft EIR was published in June 2021 and a final EIR was published in October 2021. At the February 8th, 2022 City Council meeting, Council certified the final project EIR and adopted the required CEQA findings and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. An addendum to the final EIR was prepared to evaluate the revised project and concluded that the revisions would not result in any new significant environmental effects or substantially more severe impacts than those identified in the 555 West Middlefield Road final EIR report. A project-specific transportation technical study was also prepared to provide an update to the multimodal transportation analysis prepared for the original project. Additionally, while the new conditions that have been added to the project resolution, they will further reduce the potential for dust and particulate emissions impact that could be generated by construction activities. They do not undermine any of the EIR's conclusions, and they do not and the EIR is adequate as certified. Only minor changes have been made to the proposed project, which are appropriately considered in the addendum. As this new information does not change any of the significant conclusions of the EIR for the worse or support a finding that a new or a different significant impact would result. Therefore, the addendum prepared by the city to consider and analyze the minor changes to the project is the appropriate level of subsequent environmental review for the modified project. In summary, staff recommends that the council consider the addendum to the EIR and approve the revised project and the associated tentative map on the slide for the revised project, because the project as proposed is going to further the general plan goal to increase housing without displacing existing residents, provide a mix of ownership and rental housing that complies with the development standards. The project revisions addresses council direction that were provided at the February 8th meeting, including preservation of existing trees, specifically tree number 179. The parking study also concludes that the adequate parking will be provided on site, and the proposed subdivision, which is attached, is consistent with the general plan designation and the requirements of the Subdivision Map Act as well. With this concludes staff presentation. Please note that the applicant is also present here tonight and has a brief presentation for City Council. In addition to that, staff, along with our environmental consultant team, is present here tonight for any council questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. And for whatever it's worth, I think you're a real MVP. This is a big project, and I think you've done a remarkable job carrying it and working with applicant council and the community to make it as best as it can possibly be. We will now hear a presentation from Avalon Bay by Joe Kirchhofer, Vice President of Development.
All right, let me share my screen here. Can everyone see that?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Joe Kirchhofer. I'm with Avalon Bay Communities. And thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. I'm here today asking for your approval of this project so that we can keep moving forward to provide this housing for the community of Mountain View. We discussed this project obviously 3 months ago, back in February, but I want to reiterate a few points. This is exactly the type of thoughtful, transit-oriented infill development that the City of Mountain View has prioritized in all of your planning efforts. This project will make better use of underutilized areas on a site that's already zoned as residential. This space is now devoted to parking cars, or mostly vacant parking spaces. And we're moving that underground, and we will use this space to provide new homes. This project provides 323 new homes, including 48 new affordable units. It's not easy to find space for this many homes in Mountain View. There are a limited number of parcels where a project like this is even possible. 111 of our homes will be mapped for conversion to condos. And I'll remind you that 48 affordable units is the size of a good-sized 100% affordable housing development in Mountain View. So this is a meaningful increase in the city's affordable housing stock, and it does not require any public subsidy. The project will also provide land for a new 1.3-acre public park. Usable new parkland at this size is also very rare in Mountain View development proposals. The project will also improve connectivity for pedestrians and bikes, both with a new pedestrian bike pathway within the site and with improvements to Moffett Boulevard that will facilitate non-auto commute patterns on both bikes and transit. As we've discussed previously, one of the primary focuses of this project from the beginning has been not displacing any current rent-controlled residents. Everyone that lives at this property can stay, and the project won't displace any housing, any businesses, or any retail space. Now, we've gone to great lengths throughout the process to ensure that the property is both safe and comfortable at each stage of the construction process. To that end, we've added some new conditions to the project's conditions of approval to memorialize some of the items that came up at the February hearing, such as, and Diana mentioned, an audit of all the on-site windows to ensure they're in good working condition, rent credits for residents to buy air filters, and an offer to relocate sensitive households to another Avalon Bay property in the area. As you heard, staff has also reached out to BACMed, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, to obtain further suggestions on how the project can go above and beyond their required best practices for dust mitigation. These suggestions have been added as new project conditions, number 74 and 75. By implementing these additional measures, our project will be at the forefront of air quality management for residential construction in the Bay Area, And we'll truly be going above and beyond measures on other comparable projects. Now, I encourage the council tonight to ask your air quality experts who completed the EIR analysis about the meaning of the identified air quality impact. There have been many claims made about what this impact means for the health of residents and neighbors, and I encourage you to listen to the experts and base your conclusions on their factual input. Our project is not unique among Bay Area housing developments. The impact identified in our EIR is common. The impact is due to airborne dust. It's not due to any toxic chemical or substance. And the impact is triggered because new BACMed regulations are much more stringent than either state or federal standards. Most jurisdictions where this happens, they regularly explain it's impossible for most projects to meet the new BACMed standard. Mitigations are used to keep the impact as minimal as possible. And in our case, all levels are well below all applicable state and federal guidelines. But again, don't take my word for it. Please reach out. Please ask your air quality experts to opine. Now, we've also spoken extensively at prior hearings about all the ways this project has been designed to preserve the most important and most valuable trees on the site. Based on the council direction in February, we've proposed another change to the project to help make it even better in this regard. As staff explained, if the council is willing to reduce parking at the project by 44 spaces, we can save the 3 large redwood trees that were the subject of the last meeting's debate, including tree 179. Now, it's rare that we can make such a significant change this late in the process without triggering changes to the EIR analysis. But in this case, the circumstances align. We're not moving or enlarging any structures. And if the council believes this improves the project, we're happy to do it. As Diana said, we've also met with the Sierra Club multiple times in recent weeks to discuss another proposal that they put together since the February hearing, intended to save yet another area of existing trees on the property. Instead of redwoods, the trees in this area along Highway 85 are primarily invasive species. Our design has actually already preserved most of the native trees in this area on the north and south ends of this berm. And the habitat was found by the city's biologists to be of little ecological value. But we take community feedback very seriously. We've done that throughout the life of this project and repeatedly over the past 7 years. As we've rearranged parking on the site, we've reduced the massing of buildings along Cypress Point Drive, we've shaped buildings around redwood trees, and we've added many other features to make sure the project is responsive to community input. So we went back to our design team with this new proposal and studied whether the Sierra Club proposal could be implemented. Part of it can. I'll go back to the slide. The Sierra Club actually proposed something very similar to what we've submitted to save tree 179. And so that will be implemented if council deems it appropriate. Unfortunately, the proposal to save the berm area increases the size of building B on Moffett Boulevard significantly, increases it to 6 stories. It adds many more cars to the basement parking lot. And this is inconsistent with 7 years of feedback we've received from the city and the community about this building. It does violate density and height limits for this parcel and for the project as a whole. And it would require a lengthy and costly new environmental review. And that last piece, the new environmental review, is a delay that this project cannot endure. This project is the result of 7 years of iterations in response to continuous community feedback. Over the years, some community members have newly engaged in the process, some others have left. Community priorities have shifted on some issues, and our project has tried to shift along with them. The result of this process and all of the stakeholder feedback is that we've improved the development by finding the right balance. We're saving the parts of the site that are most valuable to save, and we're building appropriate housing where it fits on the site and where it fits within the scale and context of the surrounding community. In closing, this project is a model transit-oriented infill development. It protects existing rent-controlled homes and the residents that live in them, and it adds new housing stock, including 48 affordable homes with no city subsidy in an area that's designated for residential development. We respectfully ask the council to approve this development and add these much needed new homes to the Mountain View community. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Does any member of the council have questions? Can we remove the slide?
Stop sharing, sure.
There we go. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. This might be for the applicant. I was wondering for the condos, what is the rough timing of actually having those as condos and selling them? Were you planning on renting them for a while and then selling them, or selling them right from the start?
Sure. The current plan has been to build them as rentals and then over time potentially sell the building and convert it to condos. But again, we submitted this in 2015, so that we will continue to look at the condo market and see if if conditions warrant going directly to condos when we build it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Thank you. I have several questions that members of the public have asked via email over the past week that I wanted to ask the applicant. The first is residents have asked me, they say they think they imagine there may be asbestos in the buildings to be demolished. And they're wondering what plans you might have to protect them from that asbestos during demolition.
Sure. I mean, I can start with that, but city staff can answer this too. It's a standard process. So we're assuming due to the age of the buildings that there is asbestos in the buildings that will be demolished. That's also state law that we must assume that there's asbestos in the buildings if they're of this certain age. There are conditions in, I don't know the EIR section, but condition of approval number 72 lays out the process for testing for asbestos and for lead-based paint in any building that will be demolished, and for abating that asbestos. So it's all in both the conditions and also in the EIR, and I can look up the section. So yes, that is the process, and it's based in state law and also California Building Code and also BACMed regulations. So we'd have to follow all of those things.
Okay, thank you. The question was, I guess, that people were asking is whether that had been thought through, and it sounds like it's fairly standard. My second question is, there are members of residents of Cypress Point that won't be able to take advantage of some of the other new project conditions like the air filter. I'm wondering whether you would be willing to provide them with other mitigations such as air filtration curtains that are sold by various stores like IKEA, something so that they feel safer during construction. Sure.
So this project's, like I just said, it was proposed a long time ago. It's been reduced. We've reduced the number of units. It's been made more costly in a number of ways. So we need to keep an eye on feasibility, and any additional added cost is something that may make this project actually infeasible to build. And you see that around the Bay Area. There are approved projects that can't actually move forward. That said, I'm sure we can manage something like curtains. And if there's, if there is something that the council feels is absolutely critical to the project, we can try to do that. But again, I need to be honest and be wary that any additional cost or fee imposition on the project pushes it toward the point where we're not able to actually carry it out and build the housing. Okay, and then my last question is, there were some objections to the plastic turf in the dog park. Could that be changed to real turf? Short answer is yes, it can definitely be changed. So the dog park area, actually the northern end of the berm, in the last design iteration in late 2021, we preserved that area of the berm, and that's going to be there's sort of a small central dog park area, but the fence is going to be wider than that. So that big sort of wild area in the berm is going to be part of the dog run as well. So most of the dog run will be mulch and sort of natural material. But so we found in the dog parks we own and manage in other properties, grass doesn't really hold up just to the, I won't make this graphic, but the amount of beating that they take from dogs, grass kind of turns into brown grass or mud pretty quickly. Turf holds up well. There are some other natural materials, decomposed granite, some other things that can work, some finer mulch. So if there's a preference to avoid artificial turf, we are happy to use a different material.
Okay, well, that's what I'd heard from members of the public. I'm sure they're going to comment, and if that's what a number of people want, maybe we can go in that direction. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for staff. Somewhere in the staff report or something that I've gotten a communication said that there's a number that community members can call at BACMed. And I know that at our last go around with the applicant agreed to post a 24/7 contact number for the construction manager. Are we able to require the applicant to post the BACMed contact number as well?
In short, Councilmember Lieber, yes.
Okay.
You could add that to the notification.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Showalter.
I know there's been a great deal of concern about the air quality issues associated with this project. And consequently, there's been consultation with BACMed, the Bay Area Quality Management District, which is the experts on that subject. And I understand that there are additional dust regulation measures to keep down the small particulate levels, the P2.5, which is the pollutant of concern. So I just wanted you to explain, or staff or the applicant, whichever is appropriate, what those additional dust regulation methodologies are, just in really plain English.
Councilmember Diana Pancholi can list the key ones. They're in the conditions of approval that are attached to your packet today.
Thank you. So this is condition number 74. You can actually divide these measures into two parts. One is requiring a site-specific dust control plan with the building permit requirements. And this would include things like, designate an on-site construction team monitor to implement the dust control plan, water all the exposed surfaces at a minimum frequency of 2 times per day, and maybe more frequently whenever there are dust or wind conditions that warrant it. Install windbreaks such as fences, dust curtains, plastic traps, etc. on the windward sides of actively disturbed areas of construction, and windbreaks should have at a maximum 50% porosity. Water all the exposed surfaces to minimize the dust when the wind speeds exceed 20 miles per hour. If the air quality index forecast exceeds 100 for particulates of the project area and the reading exceeds 100, then by say 10 a.m., the applicant will be required to prohibit the grading activities for that day. Minimize the excavated material and waste materials, which will be stored at the site, and cover them with tarpaulin in order to control the spreading of the dust from those materials. In addition to that, something like plant vegetative ground cover whenever there are some disturbed areas which are being say excavated and disturbed. Applicant will be required to plant vegetative ground cover so that, and water them appropriately until the vegetation is established on them in order to reduce the amount of dust that can, come out of it and would be spreading around. Another thing is, when they are doing activities such as excavation or grading activities, they will be required to wash all the haul trucks which are carrying all the material, and the grading equipment as well, including their tires and stuff. They should be washed pretty frequently. Treat the site accesses the area which is used by the haul trucks and the equipments to access the site, they should be covering them with, from the paved area, 6 to 12 inches with compacted layers.
So really, what you're discussing is a very comprehensive plan to take care of this, the best way we know how to do it, right? Yes. And there's two major aspects that I want to bring to everybody's attention. One is there's going to be somebody on the site every day there's construction activity going on whose job it is to say, are we doing the dust control right? It's not going to be somebody who comes once a week or somebody who comes once a month. It's somebody who's there all the time, right? That's my understanding. That I just want to share with anybody who's listening that that's a really big deal, because when you give somebody a job like that and say, this is your job, you have to do it, and if there's any problem, you go to that person to get it fixed, it's just much more likely to happen. And then Ms. Pancholi mentioned just a laundry list of very understandable things that we all know make a difference about dust. Washing down the area, planting covers on places that, are not going to be disrupted for a while, putting in dust mats, that sort of thing. It just makes a big difference. So I wanted to talk to you a little more about that, because I really think this is a legitimate concern of people, this dust. We are at kind of we're at the trigger level in this area. And so it's very important for us to be wary and careful. And so I just wanted to, reiterate that we do have a really comprehensive plan for taking care of this. And not only do we have a plan, we have somebody whose job it is on site every day to carry out that plan. I think that's very important. So that was really what I wanted to bring up as my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry to double dip, but this is a very complex and multi-part proposal that's before us. And I just want to make sure with the applicant that my understanding is correct. And so individuals that are facing a health condition would be able to state that to the office there, and would be able to break their lease. And so we have a very diverse population, Mountain View, a lot of culturally competent providers. And so we're not just talking about an MD, but we're talking about whoever the individual's healthcare practitioner is, can assist them in putting that documentation forward. And we won't hear any funny business later about they wouldn't take this because it's from my practitioner and not someone else. Is
right?
That
correct? So let me take one step back. Any resident who has an existing lease from before construction starts will be able to break that lease without any penalty. That's not limited. If folks want to keep their lease, stay in an Avalon Bay apartment, we will move them to a different Avalon Bay property in the area if they fall into one of those criteria. And yes, our staff is not qualified, nor are we interested in trying to manage, trying to understand people's health information. We don't want to even keep a copy of people's health information because that's a privacy issue. So if someone brings us a note from a medical professional of any kind, we will honor it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Along those lines, I had asked about whether we could look at offering the relocation to tenants who are at a certain AMI or below certain AMI, I think I was looking at maybe 50, 60%. And just wondering, I didn't see that included. Was there an issue with offering that?
This is just, again, another thing that, this is moving people to another part. Like, this is going to have a cost to the project. It's going to add complexity and add cost to the process of getting ready for construction. We also have a capacity. There are only a certain number of homes we own in the Mountain View area, and so if everyone at the property comes and says we want to be relocated, I want to be here, and I want to be writing conditions and making promises to this council that I know we can keep. And so if the number of folks on the property becomes too large, it may be something where we can't actually live up to it. So, I think if we, seems tough to do at the dais, but if we remove one of those other groups and add in something like, very low income, I think we could probably manage that. But if it becomes something that is a sizable percentage of the property, and we think a lot of people will actually want to exercise that, we may not actually be able to carry it out.
And something that I just thought about, and going back to the air quality issue, since the PM 2.5 comes from construction, I was thinking if a tenant decides to leave during the construction period, and maybe this is more for staff, but could we require that unit stay vacant until construction is completed to minimize the air quality effects?
Councilmember, I think we're probably going to have to research it. It's not that clear. I'm going to see if I can converse and get you a response, but it's a question we haven't looked at.
Okay. Yeah, and I just thought about it like today, so I appreciate that. But yeah, it was something that just came up and I think could help in reducing the impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Did have a couple that related to what has been referred to as the Sierra Club alternative, the modifications to Block C, provided with the intent to preserve the trees over by 85. And staff covered this a little bit, but just to make certain I fully understand, when I asked about this before, there were a number of city regulations that even with the reduction in unit count proposed in that alternative, that would still necessitate the removal of the trees and the berm. One of them is the fire access, for instance. Can either staff or the applicant run through some of the other regulations that the applicant would be required to comply with, that even with that unit count reduction still would require tree removals in that area?
I believe the applicant might be best suited, since he's looked at this with his design team, to respond to it.
Sure. So, Mayor Ramirez, I think the most difficult one is fire access. There is a requirement for fire truck access, which you can, it's pretty clear on the site plan. There's a fire truck lane that comes out there into the berm in the proposed design. There's also access to each window that the fire department is going to need at a certain dimension, a certain distance from the building, to place a ladder in case of emergencies. So that is difficult. There are emergency egress requirements from folks coming out of the building in an emergency. There are utilities connecting in the berm area as well that need a place to go. There's an electric transformer over there. So there are a number of issues with just sort of space. And then there's also just the practical issue of drainage. And, if If you have a berm falling back into a building, you need that water to go somewhere. So all of those things become more difficult. I think our design proposes some stormwater treatment in that area that would have to go somewhere else. So it's, like I mentioned before, it's really a full redesign to get to a place where you could scale back a building enough to meet all those requirements. And then some of them, like I said, the fire department they have already compromised on this project. It's way back in the prehistory, back in 2016, 2017. We had previously had a road and emergency vehicle access all the way around the back of the building in response to feedback and saying, we want that to be a wooded tree-lined area. We want it to be a recreational space for residents and neighbors. We worked with the fire department to limit the amount of the EVA, emergency vehicle access lane, to just the dimension that's shown on the plan. But that was already a compromise. So in order to remove that would be very, very difficult.
Okay, that's helpful. I remember you had shared a list and went through it with me bullet by bullet, and that was helpful for me to understand. And then another question for the applicant. We've also gotten concerns from residents in the area about the addition of new parking spaces in the Block C area. When I asked you about that, you had said you were agnostic about whether you added in those 20 some odd spaces or not. So if the council were to say, where we don't want to replace some of the parking lost in Block C, do you have a preference one way or the other?
No, this is a great question. And that's right. This is, we're trying to be responsive and trying to, trying to find the right balance between, obviously there's been a big outpouring to save those trees. We love the opportunity to save those trees, and it's been opened up by the opportunity to reduce the amount of spaces. So that's great. I know there are folks along Cypress Point that are concerned about the number of cars being able to be parked on the property. So, I understand that it's a balancing act, and, I'd look to council if you'd prefer to have fewer spaces there, we can certainly manage that. Somewhere in the 1.2, 1.25 range is probably, if we could wave a magic wand, that's probably what we think the right number of spaces is. We could go below that, we'd manage it a little bit differently. Obviously our proposal last time in February was to be above that. So we're comfortable either way. And it's, I would say it's up to you all what you think the right number is.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question for staff, and we might need Public Works here. When I toured the property with several of the residents who live there a few months ago, there were visibility hazards and some other things pointed out to me related to the road itself. And I'm wondering if, as part of I forgot what we call it here, I think it's multimodal transportation analysis, MTA, if as part of that work, staff have already evaluated potential safety improvements like, visibility hazards and that kind of thing that could be addressed with the redevelopment of the property. I see Dawn has joined.
Yes, good evening, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. I'm not totally familiar with what may have been pointed out to you when you were reviewing things on site, but obviously if there are concerns about traffic safety issues in the public right-of-way, we can have our traffic and city traffic engineer go out and evaluate the situation and see if there's any concerns there and any steps that the city should be taking to address them. I think the second part of your question, I was sort of in this transition phase when you questioned, so I may need Diana to help respond to the second part of the question, which is in terms of what may be done as part of the development project. Is that what you were asking?
No, I think. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor.
It's okay. Either way, I think the question was oriented around what transportation analysis is done outside of CEQA and improvements to the roadway that could be incorporated with the redevelopment. So, for instance, using visibility hazards as an example, the adult school driveway, I think, was one of, if memory serves, and maybe members of the public can remind me during public comment. But if you're coming out of there, if you're driving out of that area onto the roadway and you have vehicles parked very close to the driveway, it could be hard to see if there's oncoming traffic. So that's, I think, a pretty simple example of, as part of the local transportation analysis that's done outside of CEQA, again, you can say, well, if we're anticipating some additional traffic, then it might make sense to paint the curb red here to improve visibility. Are those things that you've already evaluated, or is that something that you'll look at down the road?
The multimodal transportation analysis may not get down to that level of detail of where red curb should be installed, but our city traffic engineer does look at those situations for driveways, sightline concerns, and especially when it's raised to our attention, we'll do an evaluation and we'll add red curb as needed to provide proper sightlines at driveways. And also, if other issues are raised to our attention after the development is completed and we see the actual traffic patterns where additional red curb or signage or other measures are necessary, we will take them at that time.
Okay, fantastic. So in other words, it might be helpful for members of the public or residents in the area to report to Public Works, through Ask MB or some other means, any of these types of potential safety concerns. And then that way you're best equipped to respond.
That's right. And we certainly encourage the use of Ask MV. That is the most productive way to for us to hear about these concerns and for us to respond to them.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Those are all of my questions. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I'm sorry, Mayor, your questions triggered a couple more questions for me. So one is the applicant said that sort of the sweet spot for parking he thought was between 1.2 or 1.25 spaces per unit, I think is what I heard. Can you tell me what that would be in terms of two things? One, total spaces, and then change from the currently proposed number of spaces?
I'm going to pull out my calculator. Sure, yeah, go ahead, Diana. Thank you.
At 1.2 parking ratio, it will be 870 spaces. Right now, what is being proposed is 926, and that would be, and that's at 1.27 parking ratio.
At 1 point, okay. So
1.25 would be 906 spaces.
Okay. Okay, so that was one question. And then the other sort of related, I did remember a member of the public had asked whether there could be speed humps put in on Cypress if there's more traffic, and I assume that there could be. And what would be the process for requesting that? Just to let the public know.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hicks, for that question. The city has a neighborhood traffic management program whereby if residents are concerned about either speeds or cut through traffic or other issues where they think traffic calming is required, they can follow that process to request that this be studied. Now, the typical process would usually involve a petition coming in from residents, asking that we do a traffic study to verify that these problems exist. If we do verify they exist, then we would have a community meeting, present different traffic calming measures, have it voted on through postcard surveys. However, we also have a second process that we use, and this is when it's related to development approvals. And we've used this successfully with a development approval recently on Villa and on Linda Vista. This is where, if council so directs, we can forego the petition process and go straight to a postcard survey of all residents that would take access off Cypress Point Drive and ask them basically, are you interested in speed humps, excuse me. And then we follow the neighborhood traffic management program process for ensuring that we receive a minimum number of responses, a minimum number of affirmative votes. If that comes in, then the city would proceed with putting in speed humps. After that, we have a 1-year evaluation process. And if they're successful and the residents like them, great. If they have concerns about them, would like them reconsidered, then we go through a process to evaluate them and have them reconsidered and bring it back to the Council Transportation Committee. So basically there is a process, we have used it before for development processes, that if there is significant concern, we can go right to a postcard survey of all the residents to see if they would like speed humps added.
Thank you.
Very much. Any final questions? If not, we will turn to the public. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Somehow, somebody anticipated that there'd be a lot of public comment, and so we've allocated 1 minute and 30 seconds. First speaker is Humberto Nava.
Good evening, Council Member and Mayor Luca Ramirez. My name is Humberto Nava, and I'm a resident of Santa Clara County. And although residential projects are always a plus to fight the housing deficit, we should welcome projects like this when they have a labor standards in place, with local hiring and apprenticeship requirements that would give economic benefits in the community of Mountain View, and also require developers like Avalon Bay to provide healthcare to the construction workers and their families. In these projects, not to put the burden of healthcare for these workers in the community when they fall in the public healthcare system. It was noted in the council report that the city does not have the ability to impose labor standards. I ask you then to delay this vote and give the opportunity to the city of Mountain View to explore avenues to be able to have these labor standards, not only in this development, but in all coming developments, to ensure that all workers working in the city of Mountain View are making livable wage and make a chance to live and work in the city they work without having to commute in hours-long drive. Development is needed, but make sure responsible development, not only benefiting the few, but the whole community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Levin.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am the HOA Board President of Cypress Point Woods, a multifamily community of 88 voting households directly across the street. Our HOA Board has repeatedly expressed its concern about increased traffic and density posed by Block C. Tonight, I urge you not to make an already bad project worse by adopting developers' recent project revisions. The revisions would allow developer to remove 66 parking spaces from Block A and shift those spaces to Block C, further taxing the narrow Cypress Point Drive cul-de-sac. The purpose of the addendum and project revisions is to save a few trees in the middle of developer's project that are probably going to die as a result of the extensive underground construction. While the trees are wonderful, the cost of preserving those trees by increasing the parking is of questionable value. Ironically, the city is preserving the wrong trees. The tree canopy along the Highway 85 sound wall that developer will clear cut is far more valuable. It's not too late for the city council to step up and create a master plan for the Moffett corridor. And please don't make this project worse by reducing the parking and removing more cars to the narrow residential Cypress Point Drive. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker is Christine Keller.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for hearing our comments on this. I am completely against this project as it stands, and there's so many detrimental environmental impacts still as a part of this, and I hope you will vote no on the project tonight. There's just too many issues. Number one, the trees. There's still 51 heritage trees slated to be destroyed in this project, 7 of which are huge redwoods in Block A that are still slated to be destroyed for pool showers and parking garage stairs, not for housing. Also, Highway 85 mature protective tree buffers is slated to be destroyed. These are our climate warriors and our sound buffers for our entire community. Also, Avalon proposes dangerous air PM 2.5 for 7 years from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily, where we can't open our windows. But yet this $34 billion company doesn't want to pay for curtain air filters. It's just ridiculous. Also, the EIR states that there will be no asbestos on the testing on the buildings being demolished. Please do your research and not listen to Joe. Also, Avalon proposes dangerous safety issues with traffic and biking on Cypress Point Drive. It's already dangerous with no bike lanes as it is. Well, I see I'm running out of time. Thank you so much for voting no tonight.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kenneth Doe.
Hi, you just unmuted me. I'm Kayla Hardy. Do you want me to speak?
Sure, go ahead. My apologies.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kayla Hardy. I live at 555 West Middlefield Road. I'm supportive of building more housing in Mountain View, and I appreciate Evelyn for altering their plan to save 5 additional redwood trees. However, there are still significant issues with this design. One of my major concerns is the Highway 85 tree buffer being cut down. It was not accurately portrayed tonight in the presentation shown. It is not a couple of leafless trees. This tree buffer protects the community from highway noise and pollution. It is not a good solution to cut it down and replace it with units right up against the highway. The chair of the Sierra Club, who happens to be an architect, proposed a new plan that moves 24 units facing the highway, moves them towards Moffett Boulevard, and also moves some parking spaces from the end of Cypress Point Drive towards Moffett Boulevard. This would prevent the tree buffer from being cut down and would also reduce density at the end of a dead-end street. Building a 435 underground parking garage at the end of a narrow and dead-end street could be a safety issue. I hope the council strongly considers the Sierra Club's proposed design that saves the tree buffer and reduces traffic at the end of a dead-end street. Thank you so much.
Very much. My apologies again for the confusion. The next speaker is Kenneth Doe.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening. My name is Kenneth Doe from the Carpenters Union Local 9144. I live in Santa Clara County. I would like the board to approve Avalon's plan for greater density because it makes the property more accessible and benefits the people that want to live and work in Mountain View. However, before granting this approval, there needs to be a requirement for Avalon by requiring Avalon's contractors to provide labor standard on this project. The city helps improve community health by reducing the use of city and county public safety net programs, hiring local contractors so they hire local workers to benefit our county, hiring apprentices so young men and women can attend school for training. Avalon should not be permitted to save costs by cutting corners on labor needed to properly build these new residences. Requiring union workers will ensure Avalon contractors pay fair wages, use experienced and well-trained workers. This leads to higher quality workmanship, meeting building standards, and completing the project quickly. For all these reasons, the Carpenters Union urges the City of Mountain View adopt these labor standards as a requirement for Avalon Bay Middlefield project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Salim.
Hi, Council. When this project was first proposed, our president was Barack Obama, and we all thought Hillary Clinton would be our next president. It was a simpler time. Personally, I was in high school. Most of my friends hadn't been priced out of our community yet, but 7 years have passed and the housing crisis got worse, and I've had to say goodbye to friend after friend. So who did this 7-year delay serve? It didn't serve our friends and family members who got priced out. And it didn't serve anyone who was forced into overcrowded housing or evicted. When you set up hurdle after hurdle for new housing, you are making new housing more expensive. When you make exaction after exaction of a project, you are making housing more expensive. All of this micromanagement, I understand is well-intentioned, but it is hurting the community. And I genuinely think it's embarrassing. I mean, the city has no idea what it even wants. If it did, it would have articulated that clearly to the applicant half a decade ago, and this project would already be built. But because the city doesn't know what it wants, we've been giving them moving goalposts for the last 7 years. I mean, I'm surprised we asked for them to trade parking for trees. I support the trade, but I didn't know that's what the city felt like before. So, with all this NIMBY opposition, you'd think they were proposing to build a nuclear power plant. It's just housing. All of you live in a home. Every home that was constructed had dust. I don't understand why this is so complicated. Why can't we just say yes? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Clayton Hoyun McClintock.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, City Council members. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. I'm a San Francisco resident who has visited my friends and family in the Mountain View area over many years. And I really appreciate this proposal of creating more affordable housing. It's definitely something needed all around the Bay Area. However, I am concerned about the proposed development of removing particularly the heritage trees and particularly I think the southern redwood heritage trees. People have rightly so addressed environmental concerns and physical health concerns. I want to, in this very short time, bring attention to mental health. Mental health is a growing concern nationwide, including in this area. Recent data have shown that the effects and symptoms of mental health have only increased over recent years, including loneliness, aggression, traumatic stress, suicide, etc. There are many studies that show that connection to natural environment have significant positive impact for mental health and well-being, particularly the amazing heritage redwood trees. And I hope they are saved in this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Eric Chan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Eric Chan, and I'm a resident of 555 West Middlefield Road. Like many others who live in this apartment complex, I also have concerns with the recent designs presented by Avalon. These concerns include the loss of the tree buffer on Highway 85 due to the placement of new units right next to the highway, resulting in an increase in toxic airborne highway pollutants and noise for everyone in the community. The two pictures included in the slides of trees in the tree buffer area without leaves is very misleading. I would encourage anyone to go there and see what it actually looks like, and you'll find that it looks a lot different than what's shown. And the traffic hazard and density at the end of Cypress Point Drive, a dead-end street, due to building over 400 underground parking garages and over 200 units in that area. As mentioned in the slides, the chair of the Sierra Club and architect presented a proposal to move units and parking from Block C to Block B that would address these concerns. Please consider the proposal. While I am in support of building new housing in Mountain View, I think Avalon can design a more well thought out housing project that doesn't significantly degrade the environment and the health and safety of everyone living in that area. To address these concerns would benefit everyone in the community and the environment we live in.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Elsa Lau.
Hi, City Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great. I couldn't tell on my end. Thank you so much for this time to speak. My name is Elsa Lau, and I'm a resident of 555 West Middlefield. I strongly believe that Avalon is unable to handle this infill project due to existing poor practices. For example, tenants were recently forced to sign liability waivers and be locked in their units for a day during long renovations involving asbestos. This was not only unsafe, but it also violated fire code. And Avalon has shown no interest in long-term maintenance of the urban forest, which also provides a lot of eco-psychological benefits, as an earlier speaker mentioned, for the growing mental health epidemic that we're all facing. I believe significant issues remain in Avalon's redesign, including the loss of heritage redwoods number 202 through 204, the loss of Highway 85 tree buffer, traffic hazards and density on a dead-end street, and 7 years of unhealthy air above the PM 2.5 threshold. Pat, Lucas, and Sally, if Mountain View's air is poor at baseline, it's really not okay to say, oh, well, we'll just have to make the air worse. We need you, our representatives, to be invested in creative solutions for a better future, because if not you, then who will? The issue of low-income housing.
I'm sorry, Elsa. You've exhausted your time, and I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is James Kuzmal.
Good evening, Council. My name is James Kuzmal. I've lived pretty much my whole life in the Willowgate neighborhood, immediately near the project, and I wanted to express my strong support for this project moving forward as quickly as possible. This project, as Liam noted, has been in the pipeline for a long time, and to Councilmember Lieber's comments earlier, housing is extremely urgent in our area, and as a new project with lots of affordable housing near transit, I look forward to seeing this project completed and seeing new people move into our neighborhood as soon as possible. And I do think it's outstanding that we've been able to trade parking for trees, but I wish it could have happened from the outset rather than being this last minute addition. And I hope that we can more proactively make that same trade-off going forwards. And just to draw a connection with some other projects on to mention, also Councilmember Lieber's concern about, for instance, transit pass expense on the Evelyn project. This project, as part of conditions of approval, item 55 will include transit passes for some new residents, and that sort of thing will be outstanding for helping people to be able to get around without a car if they don't want to. And I look forward to seeing more of that going forwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez, members of the Mountain View City Council. My name is David Meyer, and I represent Silicon Valley at Home, which is an affordable housing advocacy organization that works all across Santa Clara County. We've endorsed this proposal, and we've spoken in support of it at a number of council meetings. Really believe that this is an opportunity for the city of Mountain View to prove that we can do infill development that doesn't displace people and actually creates more density in the center of the city, close to businesses and transit resources. We believe this is the exact type of development that Mountain View has sought to incentivize in a lot of its other broader work around housing and infill across the city. The project is creating over 300 new homes, including nearly 50 new deed-restricted affordable homes. And if the city is going to meet its long-term climate goals, we need this type of dense infill housing that's accessible to the downtown and helps us get cars off the road. As someone who used to live within walking and biking distance to the Caltrain station in downtown, that proximity let us, my family, access that all the time and let us actually remain a one-car household. So we really urge the city of Mountain View to seize the opportunity to do infill development right and approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. The 555 West Middlefield project has demonstrated a very costly, extremely long planning process. So we ask that you please support expedited entitlement and development at this time. We've tracked the project for a very long time, and we note the developers made impressive concessions to date. For example, those related to trees protection, air quality impacts mitigation, reduced parking, and not requiring current residents to relocate. So we strongly urge approval tonight. Above all, we need the additional housing this project will provide. This said, we do encourage consideration for further changes that are reasonable. And lastly, MVCSP has an established position on supporting fair labor standards and therefore do for this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matt Reagan.
Good evening, Mayor Ramirez, council members. Matt Regan with the Bay Area Council. We represent about 300 of the region's largest employers. I think this is my fourth time over the last 7 years speaking in behalf of or in favor of this project, and hopefully my last. I was intrigued earlier by the conversation about climate change and the city's commitment to addressing that challenge. As we know, as a region, as a state, 41% of our greenhouse gases come from people traveling long distances from their homes to their jobs. If you take a trip out to the Central Valley, to the city of Lathrop, the largest single-family home development in California, 12,000 single-family homes, there's a billboard on the freeway that says, "A short commute to Silicon Valley if you buy here." Those are 12,000 homes that should be in Mountain View, they should be in Cupertino, they should be in San Jose, but they're not, because the communities here in our inner Bay Area have refused consistently to build sufficient housing for our growing population. We urge you, if you care about climate change, to approve this project and many more like them, and do it quickly, because as I say, the climate problem is not going away and it needs to be addressed quickly. You have a very, very large RENA number ahead of you. I think it's 11,135. I was on the RENA methodology committee. That number is not going to get smaller if you disapprove projects. So we would urge you, please approve the project, do it quickly. It's a good project. It's not perfect, none are, but this is as good as you're going to get. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Denley Rafferty. Denley, are you able to unmute yourself? We cannot hear you. Try one more time. There we go. Denley, we still cannot hear you. Okay, we'll come back to you in a little bit and move to Celia Paymer.
Hi. I'm going to speak first as a representative of Green Spaces Mountain View and then as myself. So as a representative of Green Spaces Mountain View, we would like to give our support in approving the project. We don't feel it's a perfect project, but most of our issues have to do with city policies which the project is aligned with. We would prefer higher park space ratios and more heritage tree valuation, but again, this is a city policies issue that needs to be fixed at the city level. And overall, this project is a more modern, more green, more biodiverse project than many we've seen coming through. So we still support it, as it will reduce vehicle miles traveled. And so we think overall it's a benefit to our green spaces in Mountain View. As a private citizen, a personal representative of myself, I've lived here for 15 years, and I, similarly to one of the other speakers, have seen many friends leave. I joke that I root for the housing market to crash so that less of my friends would leave. I think what would be even better is if there was just enough housing for them. So I do personally support the project as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's return to Denley Rafferty. Denley, we still can't hear you. Are you able to unmute yourself, Denley?
The unmute button.
Oh, we can hear you now. Hooray.
Okay. Mayor Mayor Ramirez and council members. My name is Denley Rafferty, and I live directly across the street from the, wow, there's such a echo. I oppose the 555 West Middlefield request by Avalon. There is a serious threat to air quality in the Block C area at the end of my street, where they will remove the existing matter high vegetation barrier, approximately 51 heritage trees that right now provide a toxic barrier to the carcinogenic car and truck airborne emissions. Also, the building of 555 Middlefield will cause a PM 2.5 from brake linings and trees for the next 2.3 decades until the replacement trees grow big enough to provide an effective and functional pollutant barrier to the one currently now in place. We have proposed alternative designs to the Avalon developers, but they have been virtually ignored by Avalon.
Thank you very much, Denley, and my apologies for the technical difficulties earlier. The next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am a Mountain View resident and psychologist, and I strongly believe that housing is healthcare. So I'm very excited for this opportunity for the city to reduce GHGs and improve air quality by turning hundreds of freeway commuters into our neighbors who can walk and bike to the things they need. And I really appreciate the recent changes to take away excessive parking and leave more trees. And I hope this can be a lesson for future developments. I don't want to see any changes that would reduce the number of homes, which have already been reduced for this project. And I want to add that I live next to a construction site, but it's of a displacement project. The project removed heritage trees while demolishing rent-controlled homes to build fewer townhomes. So I was alarmed by the last meeting where a council member said that maybe it would be better to just demolish the rent-controlled housing and give tenants a buyout. And I really hope the council members see the connection between the demolition of rent-controlled housing and the increase in homelessness, the increase in vehicle dwelling that we've seen. The most impactful intervention that you can do for homelessness is preventing it from happening in the first place. So keeping people in their homes, keeping these low-cost options available is vital to addressing the issue of homelessness in our community. So thank you for your support. Thank you for listening, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Chang Yu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so my name is Chang Yu. That I lived in the opposite street of the Cypress Point Drive. So I against this project because that Cypress Point Drive is not the highway, it's the narrow street. The space for 35 new unit is even smaller than the space for existing 400 unit. Especially applicant try to locate the more unit at the end of the street. There is no alternative route from the end of the street. More unit, more cars at the end of the street, then we'll have the more chance to problem. Applicant keeps saying noted that problem, but there is no mitigation method about the density and traffic. And then I'd like to also point out the one more issue, the effect of the construction and more density affect not only resident in the Avalon community, but also resident over the opposite side of the Cypress Point Drive. But I don't see any option or mitigation way for the resident outside of the Avalon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Annette Lynn.
Hi, my name is Annette Lynn, and I'm a resident of Mountain View. I've lived at
505 Cypress Point Drive for 10 years. And I'm calling in today to strongly support the approval of the resolutions to develop this address tonight. I am very sympathetic to the environmental, labor, and safety issues brought up by many of the other callers. And I'm sure reasonable efforts will be taken, but it's been 7 years, and I believe the developer has made impressive and exceptional efforts and concessions to what the city's residents need. And frankly, the addition of new housing, especially affordable housing, a new public park, and other community benefits will make my neighborhood in Mountain View a more attractive place to live and work from. So please vote to adopt these resolutions and expedite this development tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tony.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Tony Pujals, and I live at 505 Cypress Point Drive. Right now, I am opposed to building more rental units. I'm not opposed to the idea of building more affordable housing, though. But let me qualify what I mean by that. As a single father who raised 4 children in the area, trapped under the unyielding weight of high rents at Avalon and Prometheus properties, while trying to keep my kids in good schools and still have a reasonable commute to my work, it bothers me to think that my children can't afford to buy a home here. Is Mountain View supposed to be a community where only wealthy tech workers can own a home? I was only able to buy my condo at Cypress Point Drive, my first home, 2 years ago, 7 years after my last child graduated from high school. I would like to see real solutions for helping people not earning high-tech salaries also have an opportunity to put down roots and enjoy the pride of home ownership in their community. Finally, with respect to saving redwoods, while I do think we need to consider ways to increase density, I also implore the council to consider that this is one of the last truly unique, beautiful groves of this size of redwood trees in Silicon Valley, interspersed with residential housing. Just go to Google Maps and turn on satellite view to take a look at what I mean. Please don't allow the loss of any of these gorgeous trees just to create more expensive apartments that big companies own. The same thing applies to the gorgeous foliage along the berm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Peter Katz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. This is Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. New housing developments are critically needed to support Mountain View's prosperity and growth, especially ones that are responsible, intelligent, and community-focused. It's vital that large projects like this that meet all requirements are provided a viable pathway to conclusion, with costly delays and changes minimized as much as possible. To go backwards and continue to impose new guidelines and restrictions will eventually make the project untenable. We will lose the very type of project that we as a city have said that we need, want, and plan for, one that meets regulations and requirements, those of the city, the county, and independent government agencies. One that does not displace any existing residents, is transit-friendly, and improves areas currently used just for parking. The requirements and the process for meeting them, be they health-related, environmental, aesthetic, transportation-oriented, are all well-documented, well-considered, and have been well followed. To move forward, we often have to make hard calls and trade-offs. But as noted, this is a model development project that aligns with the goals set forth by Mountain View, even though those goals and concerns have evolved over time. To meet our housing needs, we will need more projects like this, not fewer. That is the message we want to send to developers, government agencies, and the public, all of whom are demanding more intelligent, cost-effective, and environmental.
Thank you very much, Peter. The next speaker is Rory Lipkiss.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I live at the end of Cypress Point Drive, across from the proposed Block C, and I'm a renter, not a homeowner, but I'm a little concerned that Avalon doesn't seem willing to commit to any sort of voluntary programs or credits, etc., for for us on right across the street, because my neighbors and I are significantly closer to this, where this construction will be, than even many of the current Avalon residents in 555. And so the fact, and all our windows open up directly onto where this construction will be happening, and sort of and Highway 85 and all the clearing of trees that's happening there. So it's worrying and kind of upsetting that we won't be able to really have too much protection against this inevitable dust and air pollution. And thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ali Saperman.
Good evening, Mayor and Mountain View City Council members. My name is Ali Saperman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition to speak in strong support of the 555 West Middlefield project. I've shared with the City Council our formal letter of endorsement, as well as 546 letters of support from Mountain View residents and members of pro-housing organizations such as YIMBY Action, Mountain View YIMBY, Housing Action Coalition, Silicon Valley at Home, and Silicon Valley Leadership Group. These many hundreds of neighbors share our conviction that the 555 West Middlefield project is worthy of the council's support. There are a few fundamental reasons why this should be approved without delay. First, it will create hundreds of new homes while still protecting current residents. This project is a model of excellent land use, as it transforms 2 underutilized parking lots to add 323 new homes to an existing multifamily community of 402 homes, and all without displacing a single resident. Second, it will add critically needed below market rate homes. By the city's own estimates, it is on pace to destroy 127 of its rent-controlled apartments every year. Fortunately, the project will designate 48 of its new homes to affordable units. Finally, environmental concerns that have been raised have gone through extensive review process by experts, and unfortunately, NIMBYs are using these concerns to hold back the project. I urge you tonight to vote in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vince Rocha.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Vince Rocha, Vice President of Housing and Community Development with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, representing over 350 of the region's largest employers and higher educational institutions. What we believe is that we need more housing opportunity for everyone here in the Bay Area. And this project does exactly that. It's complex infill development that does have its challenges, but that infill development is what's going to help us meet our climate change goals. It's going to help us meet our reduction in vehicle miles traveled. And also the project has affordable housing. So you've heard many comments tonight in support of this project and the many reasons why. I encourage you to vote in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is April.
Hi, my name is April Webster. I have been a resident of 505 Cypress Point Drive for over a decade. I strongly urge council to approve this project and expedite development. We need more opportunities like this sooner than later. As others have pointed out, it's not perfect, but it's solid, and it will help us meet sustainability and active transportation goals. The location of the project can be better with the units strategically located within a 5-minute walk or bike ride of downtown. Adding new housing at this location can start to address the dire need we have for more workforce housing in the heart of our community. As it currently stands, the people who run our local economy, teachers, firefighters, people who run our staff our restaurants, et cetera, can't afford to live here. And the businesses in our community have already started to feel the rub. I'm friends with a handful of restaurant managers on Castro, and they've all told me the same thing. They're finding it challenging to attract and retain a workforce, given the long distances that they and their employees must travel. This project, not only will it make it easier to recruit, but it will have the added benefit of seeing fewer cars on the road, fewer carbon emissions, far less traffic, and ultimately better air quality. And I also love that underutilized parking lots are being used to enable this project. I think we need in our neighborhoods to have them be more resilient and vibrant, more people and less cars. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Daniel Holtz.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So I live in Mountain View. I work sort of near the project. I think more people should be able to do that. I just want to remind everyone, the benefits of this project. There's over 300 new units. 49 of them are dedicated as affordable. That's something the city just gets for free. We don't have to do anything for those units. Also a park. Also want to say definitively, this project is a net environmental good. That's just a fact. Just because it's way better land use than it was before, any environmental group that opposes it is just illegitimate. We've also gotten a lot of concessions out of this. So we've gotten preservation of trees, removal of parking, accommodations for existing tenants. Those are all good modifications, but I think it's important that we're not stringing this project along with successively more difficult hoops for the developer to jump through, which not only take their time, but also our time and staff time to try to consider. So especially when we have to go back and forth between all these different groups, it's like they all want different things. So it's been a long time coming. Let's not slow the project down, keep going.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dee.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Dee or Diane. I'm a psychologist and a resident at 555 West Middlefield. I am wholly against this project. Avalon Bay has demonstrated repeatedly that their priority is profit, and they actively disregard individual and public safety. So I urge you to vote no tonight. I could talk about the loss of the Highway 85 tree buffer, but others have. We know these trees are sound buffers and toxic pollutant protectors. I could talk about the 7 years of 12 hours a day, daily air quality danger that is just a health disaster waiting to happen, but others have talked about that already. I think it's insufficient to suggest that Avalon Bay will relocate people who have the privilege of obtaining an indiscriminate doctor's note. Everyone is at high risk when you pollute the air like this without offering the human beings living here adequate protection. So I could talk about all of that at length, but I won't because others have before. What I'd mostly like to do is point out some of the bizarre and irresponsible practices of Avalon Bay that residents have observed, including myself. From forcing residents to sign liability waivers during asbestos cleaning without informing them of the asbestos's existence, to their tendency to delete our postings on our community Facebook page when residents have shared Zoom links to these city council meetings, as well as deleting our factual information that we post about health hazards posed to us by this construction. It is censorship, it is alarming, and it demonstrates their care for profit over public safety. And we deserve the dignity of information and ability to use our voices. So for all of those reasons, I urge you strongly to please vote no tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Elizabeth Munoz.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Munoz, and I've been born and raised in Mountain View. Have lived here my whole life. Wasn't sure if I was going to be able to afford to continue to live here, but here we are. And so, of course, I'm here fighting this project, mostly because I feel that I will not be able to live in 7 years of construction dust, noise, and stress. I feel that we all deserve to live in a place of peacefulness, and I don't think that 7 years. I think that the project will go much longer than that because let's be realistic, we all know that there are always delays. I feel that they'll be cutting down a lot of necessary trees. I feel that a lot of people will eventually be displaced as an effect of this project, and I don't really see how Avalon Bay is continually working to reassure us. I haven't really been appraised of this project very often. As other people have mentioned, we've been censored. There's just not a lot of transparency happening here, and I feel that they could do better. And I feel that a lot more is needed in order to move forward, especially considering that they're due to start in 2023, which doesn't give a lot of us a chance to relocate other places if we choose. So thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hala.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Hello, council members and city staff. There are three major problems with this project's latest design. The loss of tree buffer. This design will expose current and future residents on CPD to toxic dust from tires and brake linings, respiratory health hazards from polluted air, and noise, light, and visual stresses. These risks have been well documented and published in scientific data, and they were brought up repeatedly by the Sierra Club representative and other community members. The second one is exceeding PM 2.5 threshold as set by the Bay Area Quality Management District, and frankly, relying on Avalon to implement mitigation that will really minimize this effect is very questionable, as you have all heard from the 555 Middlefield tenants. The third one is traffic and parking at the end of CPD. It is a narrow dead-end street, substandard. So having all these cars or parking spaces added to the end does not make sense. And actually, I would advocate for taking out these parking spaces, and if necessary, we can move them under Block B. A fair compromise between the residents and Avalon can be achieved by saving the tree buffer, slightly reducing density in Block C, and moving required parking towards Moffett. Thank you for listening to the community.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brian Shields.
Hello, good evening. My name is Brian Shields, and I'm a field representative of Carpenters Local 405. I have been a member for 11 years, and in that time, I have been afforded the opportunity through prevailing wage, healthcare, local hire, and apprenticeship to buy my home and have a baby, contribute to my community in ways that I've never imagined. The union prides itself on apprenticeship, on cultivating craft persons who truly know and care about their trade. The contractors we work for are responsible to the clients, to the neighbors, as well as the workforce. We have, can, and will build everything from the Bay Bridge to the house down the street. Though Avalon Bay may put on pretty slideshows, conduct community meetings, and be the best snake oil salesman around, they do so by standing on the backs of good, honest, hardworking people that actually do the building. Avalon Bay will provide a drag racing strip to the bottom, where workers have to rely on subsidized food, healthcare, and housing. I'll leave you with an ask. I ask that Mountain View adopt labor standards as a language that developers need to adhere by in future projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, Council. In July 2nd of 2015, when this was under Gatekeeper, John McAllis was mayor, Pat was vice mayor, Dan Rich was city manager, and Jenny Quinn was city attorney. So it's been a while since this has seen the light of day at the very beginning, and instead, this project has been kind of thrown all over the place with council switching people, different preferences being made, nitpicks everywhere, such to the point that we talked about moving units from one place to another cannot work because council previously directed that they did not want taller heights. It's pretty obvious that this project has gone way over any reasonable amount of time to make any reasonable decision about this project. And really, we all understand this housing crisis does not dictate us making perfect, because there's no perfect in the situation. We're kind of given the cards we're dealt with, and we need to move on from there. For all the concerns about mental health, as a person in their 20s, one of the greatest things to my mental health is just being able to stay in a location. You can't really stay in a location if rent's so sky high that, you move out. And even for those who are more higher up the employment chain, they usually move to other places, like in the middle of the forest, places like Tracy, Modesto, the hills where, they catch fire. And when those fires happen, the PM for everyone just sucks. So we really need to be building in places that are well planned, and this is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Daniel Shane.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thanks. My name is Daniel Shane. I live at Cypress Point Woods townhouse next to the proposed project site. We are for housing. We are for housing development. We're against this project design. The developer proposes to remove the trees, vegetation, and tree barrier system in Block C that extends above Caltrans sound wall between Highway 85 and our homes. This is the most significant long-term threat to public health, welfare, and the environment if this project moves forward. This public health threat was not addressed in the EIR. The residents requested numerous times for the developer and city staff to address the very serious potential health hazard and exposures of toxic air pollutants for years to come. We have submitted to EPC, City Council, and Avalon Bay several scientific studies, reports, and fact sheets about the important health benefits of highway tree barrier system. The existing highway tree barrier system is a poster child for the most effective pollution barrier system. This existing highway system was totally misrepresented by the photos and the information and the deceptions from Avalon Bay. The barrier system, and it meets all the criteria according to EPA for the maturity, tree height, density, thickness, no gaps, evergreen, and overlapping.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm sorry you exhausted your time. I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is Leona Chu.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I want to say that I was shocked this evening to see the photos of the trees that were said to be at the end of Avalon's property. Those stripped, bare, ugly trees. I live on Cypress Point Drive. I've taken photographs of the trees at the end of Cypress Point Drive and at the end of Block C on Avalon's property. The photos you saw were at the end of Cypress Point Drive. They are not photos of the trees at the end of Block C. And if you want to see that for yourself, I encourage you to go there tomorrow and walk and see. And I want to say emphatically, we need to save this tree buffer. If anything, we need to enhance it and protect the heritage trees. These trees are our lungs. They take in carbon dioxide. They give out oxygen. They preserve the health of all the residents living on Avalon's property now and in the future, as well as those on Cypress Point Drive. The other thing is we need to move 24 units, the ones closest to Highway 85, so that no one gets to live.
Hello?
We can hear you, Sayo.
Okay. Hi, hello, City Council members. My name is Sayo Nomura. I'm a resident on Cypress Point Drive for 10 years, and I oppose this project. Avalon will still cut the tree buffer on Highway 85. And air quality PM 2.5 during construction for a long time, 7+ years, is too risky and too stressed for the residents. And the high density, this will cause the traffic hazard on long, narrow, dead-end street. Cypress Point will be congested, especially I worry about the emergency situation happens. Many police cars and the ambulance and the fire cars can block the narrow street. And then the photo we saw earlier, they are misleading. They are not all the trees like photo. Please check. And then I appreciate Avalon is willing to change for the community. We are not against the housing development in Mountain View, but no high density on this dead-end street. Please make the right decision for a healthy, safe environment. The residents are very stressed already. And the residents will have to suffer with polluted air for a long time. And I hope the city of Mountain View stands for the residents and environment. Please, please help to protect our health and safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Diane.
Thank you. When the staff report stated Avalon said that moving units from Block C would make the project infeasible. Notice they used the word infeasible and not unfeasible on a 14.5 parcel with a 1.3 acre park, a dog park, a one-story community building, and an extended one-story business center. There are many options to move 24 units from right in front of the freeway, Freeway 85. Feasible means not convenient or easy. Does Avalon mean that they need a 30%, 40% margin on this project and reducing it 1% is not convenient? Does Avalon mean Avalon, one of the largest REITs in the United States, not have an environmental social governance policy, so they are not concerned with these principles, only concerned about their shareholders? Council members tonight spoke about the importance of heritage trees, biodiversity, people living on site with asbestos, which I thought was illegal, and the traffic. 70% of all Avalon traffic is parking at the end of a dead-end street. There will be 599 bicycles supposedly on the street and hundreds of cars coming.
Thank you very much, Diane. Next speaker is Geeta Dev.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor Ramirez. This is Geeta Dev speaking for Sierra Club. The Sierra Club is actually very supportive of infill housing, but designed to be respectful of nature. I believe everyone can recognize that the tree buffer was pathetically misrepresented. The trees along the freeway are an important part of the city's mature tree canopy and part of a biodiversity corridor connecting the bay to the hills. But I would like to turn our thoughts to an important concept alluded to several times earlier this evening, a growing movement supporting the importance and the rights of nature. Recognizing these rights is important to us to ensure we live in a healthy and clean environment with the right to enjoy nature while also granting nature its own inalienable rights. This means recognizing that ecosystems and natural communities are not merely property that can be owned, destroyed, and damaged. Rather, rivers, lakes, forests are entities that have an independent and an inalienable right to exist and flourish, and are living, breathing entities that live with us and support us. Instead, we are destroying our urban canopy, which is a valuable, living, breathing entity, which should not be scraped off and destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Victoria Sai.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I'm a current resident, a tenant in Cypress Point Woods, and I would just like to say that I'm frankly appalled by all the calls to expedite this project at the expense of the health of current residents. Having lived here for several years, I've actually met many of my neighbors who have been here for much longer, on the order of decades. One of my neighbors has been here for 40 years, and they don't really have too many other options. And so to not provide any support for the people living in Cypress Point Woods and Cypress Point Lakes to sort of move or at least, protect themselves against the inevitable pollution, especially if their tree barrier is going to be removed, is unacceptable to me. And I find that most of my neighbors would agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bill Walsh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk. My name is Bill Walsh, and I live at 339 Cypress Point Drive. I'd like to point out that most of the people supporting this project will not be affected by it. It's easy to support something when you're not being directly affected. On the other hand, most of the people affected by it are opposed. They think it is a very bad proposal that will seriously affect their quality of life. To add a few insignificant housing units to an already congested residential neighborhood, and it will affect the health and welfare of many people. People support good development, but they're opposed to this very bad proposal at this location. There are much better alternative proposals for this project. A vote yes is a vote for a bad proposal. It will negatively affect people. A no vote is a vote for people. It will protect their health and welfare. Please vote no on this very bad proposal.
Thank you very much for your comment. The next speaker is Fermin Saucedo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Fermin Saucedo, and I'm a resident of Santa Clara County. And I'm speaking on behalf of Carpenters Union Local 405. Our union represents thousands of carpenters who live and work in Mountain View. For big projects like this one, developers should be required to invest in skilled and trained construction workforce for committing to higher labor standards and apprenticeship opportunities. The South Bay needs more trained construction workers that need to meet the demand for the new housing, tech industry expansion, and major public infrastructure projects that are in the pipeline. Currently, more than half of the construction trades households in the Mountain View qualify for affordable housing. Apprenticeship trained to proven way to boost U.S. construction workers' lifetime earnings, and this would enable more of the workforce to remain in the region. Vote no on this project. Thank you very much.
For your comments. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey all, project looks good. Let's do it.
That's the end of your comment. Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we will return to the council for deliberation and action. And I'll note that a motion to approve the item should also include reading the title of the resolutions, which are included in the agenda flow. I've already closed public comment. I'm sorry, those of you who have just jumped in. I'll just as an aside, I know this is a challenging project, and I appreciate all of the members of the public who turned out to speak. And generally, we're very respectful, and I really appreciate that, just given how much attention has been paid to the project. And also want to note that we have discussed this before. I'm, of course, want to allow every member of the council as much time as they need to deliberate, but this is not a new project. So I'll encourage us to be as judicious with our time as we can be. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions for staff. In terms of the tree buffer along Highway 85, we were told somewhere in the process tonight that some of the tree buffer does not belong to Avalon. And am I understanding that correctly?
Councilmember Lieber, the tree buffer that's outside the wall along the freeway is not on the property line, and staff showed a picture of those trees. The trees that are on the inside of the wall are within Avalon's property and are proposed to be removed.
Okay, so there are some trees that are outside of the wall. Are they, I can't remember the slide now. We've seen so many different things, but it seemed like I saw something that was sizable.
Yeah, Diana can share the slide.
And so are the trees that we're looking at here, are they inside or outside?
These are, Diana, can you confirm, these are outside the wall on the freeway?
Yeah, these are outside the wall. These are just adjacent to the Highway 85 and not in Avalon's property. It's outside.
Okay. And in terms of the 7 years, my understanding is that the reason that it is taking 7 years is due to staging and due to not displacing the residents that are there. So if it were done all in one go, if there were not people living on the site, my understanding is it would be like 18 months. But because of the desire to not displace people, if they don't wish to be, is why it's 7 years. Am I understanding that correctly?
Joe probably can respond to that. He's the applicant and can best respond to his project schedule.
Sure, I can, I'll pull up a slide. This shows the anticipated schedule. This has been pushed back by about a quarter as we move from February now to May. So yes, the reason for the schedule, we will not be doing construction work on the entire parcel or the entire property all at once. It will be phased. That phasing is one, to avoid having construction work going on in every part of the property at once, which would be very difficult to manage to deal with. It also creates some parking headaches on the property. So we phased the parking so that everyone always will have a place to park. And this is, it's on the screen. So we would start the park parcel preparation, which is required before we start construction. We'd start that at the end of 2023. And then each building would take, building A is a little smaller, would take a little over a year. And then the two subsequent buildings would be about 2 years each.
Okay, thank you. And I'm trying to make sure that my understanding of the air quality issues is correct. That Bay Area Air Quality has suggested additional mitigations, and staff has worked with them, and those have been adopted into what's before us now at this point. And so the 2.5 number, so that would be if someone stood next to heavy machinery and it was running for 8 hours, and they stood there for the 8 hours ventilating directly off of the machinery. Am I understanding that?
Well, I will try to explain, and if you need further explanation, we do have our air quality consultant and our environmental consultant. As I understand it, it's a conservative estimate, and
CEQA requires us to look at the most impacted areas, and those have been identified. And it does assume in the locations of the buildings that have been identified, there are 3 on the site, that it is not enclosed and the exposure is 24/7 for somebody who'd be standing outdoors in the location of where the building would be.
Okay. And then lastly, in terms of the labor issue, the last time that this was before us, we had discussion about the labor issue. And we do have a policy or a plan coming back to us in terms of local hire. And do we have timeframes around that?
Mayor Ramirez, council member labor. So staff in the city manager's office is currently working on that project. And I believe it is anticipated to be brought to council before the end of the calendar year. I will need to ask our assistant city manager, Audrey Ramberg, to confirm because she is helping staff with this project. So if she would just give some insight into that timeframe.
Thank you, City Manager McCarthy. The City Manager's Office is working on a responsible construction ordinance as well as a wage theft ordinance, but I believe that the labor issues being raised by public speakers tonight would be covered under the Community Workforce Agreement, which is a separate project and is scheduled to begin and is under the leadership of the Public Works Department. And I'm recalling that that was scheduled to begin at the end of 2022 or beginning of 2023. But if you would like further information on that, we could certainly get back to you with a more accurate timeline.
I would definitely love to have further information. It's something there's substantial interest in the community. And it's sort of part and parcel of what we do on a daily basis because, you know, as we try to create affordable housing, as we try to put all kinds of financial patches on the community and et cetera, I think that we need to have those pieces in place. And I'm really glad that it's finally moving forward. And sadly, it won't be in time for this project, but I think we really need to stay appraised of what's happening because I kind of want to make sure that it's on track and that we keep a very studious eye on everything that's happening there and the timing of it, because there are going to be other projects coming forward. And I'm going to hold it to that right now.
Excuse me, can I just clarify one thing on the air quality response? And I just want to make sure, because some of the public commenters made some comments along these lines. If staff can confirm, the exposure 24/7 means the study assumes someone is standing outdoors 24/7, not that there would be impacts, there would be exposure 24/7. I just want to make sure that's very clear.
Council, that is correct. It assumes that somebody's standing out there 24/7. It doesn't say that the exposure will be 24/7.
Okay. And if I just might ask a follow-on question through the mayor, if I may, would there be a reason? So there wouldn't be a reason for a worker to be in that area 24/7. There wouldn't be a reason for a piece of machinery to be running 24/7. It's hard to imagine that another person who's not a worker would have a reason to be in an active construction area interacting with heavy machinery. And so am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct. We have construction hours and we don't allow construction 24/7. or running of machinery 24/7. We're just explaining the assumptions that one has to make when employing BACMED's model. And again, if there are detailed questions, our air quality consultant can respond to some of the detailed questions.
Okay, well, this is actually very helpful as I'm trying to understand the impact of the model, because I don't think that there would ever be a reason, given that we restrict the construction hours to less than 24 hours, and people will not be working 24 hours. And so therefore machinery won't be running, and a person would not be ventilating off that machinery. So that's very helpful, and I'll hold it to that, Mayor, and I'd be prepared to make a motion when the time is right.
Thank you, Councilmember Lieber. I did want to turn first to City Manager McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask our Public Works Director, Don Cameron, to clarify the project that we were just referring to. As our Assistant City Manager stated, the Public Works Department is leading this, and the intention was to start this year, but I want to clarify what the parameters were around the project right now as it is in the work plan.
Thank you, City Manager. This is Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. What we've been talking about is the development of a community workforce agreement, and Public Works is taking the lead on that. And we are in the midst of putting together a work plan and approach to that, and hope to have something back to council in the fall about how we would proceed with developing that. However, we need to clarify that what a community workforce agreement is a legal agreement between the city and the trades related to city projects. We cannot enter into agreements with the trades that are committing private development, private contractors to local hire and other community workforce type provisions. So again, what we're working on is only related to city funded projects at this time. The responsible construction ordinance and the wage to that ordinance will apply to private construction, but it's not the same. That is not local hire provisions or anything like that.
Thank you very much, Don, for the clarification. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, thank you. Going back to the air pollution, I seem to remember that when we discussed this, was it 2 months ago? I guess in February. We asked questions about. I asked some questions and got the answers about how long the PMT exceedance would be expected from the equipment after it's turned off. And I don't remember the exact amount of time, but it's a fairly short time. So could staff confirm that for me, that basically when the equipment is turned off, the numbers go down within the hour? Isn't that what we heard?
Yes, that's what we've been told when we discussed it with our air quality consultant. Again, okay. There's no specific modeling, but yes.
Right. So it's very important to remember that modeling from an engineering point of view to be protective of public health is purposefully done to be very, very conservative. And that's really different. And that's important because we need to know, we need to know what sort of is the worst case scenario. But then when you actually look at the components of the model and compare how it relates to the situation at hand, I think that it does paint a little different picture. And what we will see here is that these air quality numbers will go up, particularly when there's digging going on. That will probably be the worst thing. And then when that equipment is turned off, within an hour or so, it will be fine. I mean, the air quality will be back to ambient, back to so it's not going to be 24/7. For one thing, I don't think they're going to work on weekends, right? So it's going to be 5 days a week, I mean, even during the time when they were doing excavating, it would be from what, 8 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock at night? Isn't that correct?
I believe our construction hours allow work from 7 to 6.
7 to 6. Okay. So that's the worst case scenario, would be 7 to 6 for five days a week. And how long would the excavation period go on, Mr. Kirchhoffer?
It would be a few months for each phase, for each building. Shorter, obviously, in the prep of the, there is no excavation during the prep of the park parcel. But then say 2 to 3 months for the deeper garage in building A, and then a little less than that in buildings B and C.
Okay, so that isn't to say that it's not a problem, but it isn't going to be a problem for, for 7 years nonstop. I certainly really do have a great deal of sympathy, however, for the inconvenience of having a construction project in your neighborhood. I know I live near El Camino Hospital, and that was rebuilt not too long ago, and it took a very long time. I think it was only 5 years, but it was, it was a long time. That said, it's a big improvement for our community, and that's really, I mean, the idea with these impacts is that they're short-term impacts for a long-term gain. And that's what I think is really important with this air quality, is that, yes, there is an impact, and we're going to work as hard as we can to mitigate it, but it's for a long-term gain, because having this infill development will allow people to live closer, which does reduce our regional vehicle miles traveled. And that is good for all of us. So, it's a balance. It's a balancing act. I am ready to make a motion. Is that appropriate, Mayor?
A motion is in order. If you want to make it now, that's your prerogative. We do have some speakers in the queue, though. Up to you.
All right. Okay, we go on with the speakers, I suppose.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question. Going back to the labor standards issue, since this was a gatekeeper project, we could have, or we have usually required community benefits, I believe. Could we make the labor standards as described a condition or a community benefit?
Councilmember Abikoga, community benefits are typically voluntarily offered by the applicant. So it's fine if the applicant wants to respond to that, and council can fashion a motion accordingly.
I thought with the gatekeeper, just like when we did the public storage project, right? Their offering was the extra land to get more affordable units. And they offered that, but frankly, I suggested that. So can't we as council members say, well, this is what we would like as a community benefit?
You mean condition the project?
Yes.
It's not been typically done, but it's something I'm gonna probably have to discuss very briefly and get back to you.
I've asked this before, and I just haven't had it's maybe complicated, but I have brought this up before and just haven't had a clear answer.
Let me get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I want to share some quick thoughts. When we last spoke about this project, I had shared my reasons for supporting it. And while I agree with Councilmember Showalter and others that there are impacts that we need to be sensitive to, the construction period is pretty lengthy. And if you live in the area, that's not going to be pleasant to contend with. I know because I live in the San Antonio shopping center area, and we've had a lot of construction there. And at the time, I was living in an apartment with a window facing directly towards the CSMA extension, which is a fairly modest project, relative to the apartment complexes that are going up nearby. But during the pandemic and the shelter-in-place requirement, it was a big pain in the neck, and I mostly had to keep my window closed, which, particularly during, the intense, heat waves that we had at the time, was challenging. I didn't have air conditioning. I don't have, or didn't have a ceiling fan, so I full sensitivity to how impactful construction can be, and our job in part is to the greatest extent possible mitigate those impacts and then identify benefits to the community. And in my mind, based on what our council and previous councils have been asking for, the merits of the project are very strong. The 15% inclusionary component, the 48 affordable homes, is pretty remarkable. I don't know if we've actually had maybe one other project with the full 15% inclusionary provided, a 1.3 acre park. And we spoke earlier about the need for parks, and this is a park deficient area. That's something that would be very challenging to get. Land is very expensive, and cobbling together 1.3 acres is no trivial feat. So getting that is a major benefit. The $2 million in unrestricted or discretionary community benefit funds, which I hope we reinvest in this neighborhood, is a tremendous benefit as well. All of those things are in my mind, important factors in evaluating the merits of the project relative to the impacts. Two other things that I think are worth mentioning, though. One is the housing element. If we do not proceed with the project, we're going to have to find another place for 323 new homes, and that's going to be hard. I don't think there really is a lot of opportunity in Mountain View outside of North Bay Shore and East Wisman to put a project of this magnitude without some concerns expressed by the community that exists around it. And it's the kind of project that I think we would prefer to see over the displacement projects that we've approved over the years. A member of the public referenced 1555 West Middlefield, project that demolished 116 apartments, many of which were occupied, and also included the removal of 55 heritage trees, which is more than the number of heritage trees removed by this project. The housing element is going to be hard to contend with, and I think it's good to think about, if not here, where would we find a place for a project like this that includes the benefits that it provides. But the thing that I think is the most compelling element to me, as I've thought about this project over the past few months, is our staff wouldn't bring to us a project that caused serious problems for the community. They wouldn't recommend for approval a project that did not have great value to the community. If, no offense, Joe, but if folks in the area are very skeptical of Avalon, that's fine. I understand why. They don't have to believe what you're saying, but I think it's important that we trust our city employees who are technical experts and who have spent a great deal of time evaluating the project, working with the applicant, working with the community, working with other technical experts like the BachMed staff to identify best practices and mitigations to make the project as minimally impactful as possible, and also to get as much value from the project as we possibly can get as a city. And so I'm trusting our staff on this one. I think you've done good work. Is it perfect? No, but I'm not sure there is a perfect project. So those are the three things I'm looking at, and would be open to other considerations and ideas as well. I don't see any other hands in the queue. A motion is in order. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think as we're waiting for other input, we could begin to get started. And so I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a general plan amendment to add a new high-low density residential land use designation and making related text amendments in an amendment to the general plan land use map for the property located at 555 West Middlefield Road from medium density residential to high-low density residential to be read in title only, further reading waived. Second, that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and development review permit to allow a 323 unit addition to an existing 402 unit residential development with 3 new subterranean garages, new amenity building, leasing office, and new 1.34 acre public park, and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 51 heritage trees at 555 West Middlefield Road to be read in title only, further reading waived. And third, that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a vesting tentative map to create 3 lots with up to 111 condominium units at 555 West Middlefield Road to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you very much. Let's aim for a second first, if that's okay, Councilmember Matichak. Councilmember Showalter, did you want to second the motion?
Yes, I would like to second this motion. And I'd like to talk about why I'm seconding this motion. First of all,
Before we do,
or you want to give Councilman Lisa a chance? Sure, that's fine too.
Well, yeah, I just needed the second procedurally, but Councilmember Matichak was in line before you, and I'm sorry if I'm being presumptuous, Councilmember Matichak, and thinking that you weren't going to second the motion, but we'll go ahead and
good assumption. I was not going to second the motion. But I agree with your comment about all of the work that staff has put into this. A great deal of work has gone into this project, and I know they've tried to make it the best project they could, and I appreciate that. I want to thank all the residents for staying engaged on this project. I know you have lots of other things going on in your lives, and this just added more to plates that were already full. But thank you very much for hanging in there for so long on this project. I appreciate the alternative that was developed by the Sierra Club, but I also totally understand the challenges of trying to implement it. There were some things that we didn't get a chance to talk about that also pose challenges. The fact that the council that authorized this for gatekeeper wanted some of the units to be ownership units pose challenges for doing the Sierra Club proposal. I appreciate that more trees have been saved, but this is still a lot of trees that are proposed to be removed. And I have concerns about that. You know, we really need to address this. It happens a lot here. I appreciate that additional conditions of approval were added to address the air quality during construction. I think those were good adds. But I do still have concerns about the impact of this very, very long construction period on not just the residents who live at this complex, but also the residents in the surrounding areas. It's at least 7 long years of disruption. And during periods where there is excavation going on, you know, while you need to try to control it as best as you can, there will still be some dust. But, for me, as I've said before, this all comes down to the fact that this proposed development is not in a change area. And I really don't think the previous council should have approved this for gatekeeper status. The city does know what it wants, and that's based upon resident input. And that's how we created our current general plan. And that defines what we want in our city. And this project is asking for a change to that general plan and to make significant changes in the neighborhood that was not supposed to change. So even with the recent changes to this proposed development, I can't support this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Sorry, Councilmember Abitoga, since I interrupted Councilmember Showalter, we'll go to her and then we'll come back to you and then to Councilmember Lieber. So Councilmember Showalter, you're next.
Well, I too would like to thank the staff. You've been working very hard on this for a long time. And I also appreciate the Sierra Club for coming forward with an idea. I think the truth is when alternatives are put together, sometimes you can take a part of it, but you can't take all of it for one reason or another. And that was certainly the case in this instance. We really do. We can't compromise the access for fire trucks and emergency vehicles. It's just not, it's not something we can do. And so we weren't able to accommodate the entire alternative. It just wouldn't work, which was unfortunate. But that suggestion to save trees in the middle and reduce the parking, that the applicant was willing and able to do that. I think that's quite wonderful. And I'm really pleased. They are beautiful trees. And somebody said, well, maybe the excavation will upset those trees and they won't make it. But I don't know. I think maybe they'll know how to protect them and they'll be fine. So that's what I'm banking on. But I think the thing that I just keep coming back to, two things about this complex that I'm really pleased with. One is that this is just such a great location, such a great walkable location. It's a 5-minute walk to downtown. When we have the underpass under Evelyn, that connection is going to be just so delightful for these residents to use, these new residents to use, and also the people who live there now. And so I think that the walkability of this site and it is just going to make it, a really pleasant place to live. And I also think the access to the Stevens Creek Trail. The Stevens Creek Trail is a good way to get across El Camino. It's a good way to get to the high school. I mean, it will be I know from living off of it that it's just a great community connector, and it will serve a very, very useful purpose for people who want to live, without a car. This will be one place where you can genuinely live without a car. And that's pretty rare in most of America. And, but we know from an environmental point of view that being able to develop those places is a big public service. So I'm really excited about that. And then the other thing about this project that I think is really wonderful is the lack of displacement. I was just extremely troubled during 2015 and 16 when the council listened to hundreds of people talk about the horrors of being displaced because rents had gone up, and the horrors of losing their friends because they had to move out of town. Nobody has to move here. And these rent-controlled apartments will remain rent-controlled apartments. And I think that that's just extremely valuable. So with all of that in mind, I'm really I'm really in support of this project. And I'm going to be glad to vote for it.
Thank you very much. Let's take a quick detour to City Attorney Logue, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mayor Hicks. Good evening, council members. I just wanted to respond to the question from Council Member Avakoga about whether or not we could impose as a condition of approval. If I understood correctly, it would be a type of a local hire requirement or something to that effect. I think that those types of policies imposing labor standards of that nature, like living wage or equal benefits, local hire, really need to be an adopted city policy that applies, that is generally applicable and that are not applied on a case-by-case basis. I would definitely want to look into this further before we impose such a condition. There are also nexus requirements that we would need to consider before we impose that condition. So, I think tonight we couldn't do that without further research.
Thank you for looking into that question. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Attorney and Mr. Bastava for responding to my question. As much as I understand it, I guess, I thought this might be a project, but if we're moving towards some kind of policies down the road, it could be the start of that. But regardless, I do want to thank everyone involved in this project for a very long time, especially our staff who have worked, I think, really, really hard to try to make this project a good one. I appreciate the developer too. I think that I appreciate the efforts and the willingness to make some changes, and especially in regards to the air quality aspects. And let me thank the residents too. It has been a long time in the making. And so I do appreciate the interest. I feel like the interest has grown over time. And so I appreciate the involvement of our community. I did want to call out the air quality aspects because, as you know, as I've mentioned, I am on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And after we saw this in February, I had asked my air district staff about this conflict, this issue, and our city staff worked with them to come up with these extra mitigation measures. And I really appreciate that. I think, it's still, there's a lot of gray area to all of this, and the science is not completely solid, I'd say. Or it's hard to measure, I think, is really more the challenges we have here. But I think, I think it's better to be conservative than not, because unlike what I think I heard earlier, PM 2.5 is toxic. It is a public health concern. It does cause health issues, including lung cancer. So I don't want to, take this lightly. And I guess I am a bit concerned that folks are taking this a little more lightly than I would expect. Perhaps it's because I'm immersed in this right now, and we're working on care communities, lower income communities in the Bay Area, really focused on East Oakland, Richmond, areas where there are neighborhoods around the refineries. But there are real health aspects, health issues where, cancer there's a higher rate of cancer within a half a mile of a refinery compared to outside of that perimeter. So, I do take this very seriously. And so I'm glad that we were able to come up with extra mitigations. I hope that we can continue to work on this to codify these mitigations and find, perhaps more solutions. And I've gone back to the Air District staff again, after seeing the staff report, and asked them to continue to work on this, because we probably will see other projects like this in front of us. And I really do not believe it's acceptable to be expected for a council to continue to vote for overriding considerations on an EIR. It just makes me question what the point of the whole process is if we're just going to keep overriding them. And, you know, as much as I hear the comments, well, this is not any different from any other project. And yes, the big issue is that we are a non-attainment district in the Bay Area. But, you know, if we continue to just override the EIR, continue to allow this to happen, there is a cumulative effect and it is going to get worse. So I think we really need to address this head on. Regardless of that, as much as I appreciate the improvements that have been made, I think I ultimately go back to, similar to Councilmember Matichek's comments, this was not, you know, it was a gatekeeper 7 years ago. Frankly, if you ask me, it should have never been approved at the gatekeeper level because, as mentioned, you know, there's a reason why we have a general plan. And if anything, we could have, you know, put this in the Moffett precise planning area and precise planned it first. I wasn't on council at that time, so of course, you know, I had no say in that. But I guess my point is that I believe that from the beginning, this could have been done better. And even with the project, I heard public comments of, you know, folks saying, well, you should decide what you want. And I actually did tell the applicant from the very beginning when I first met with them in 2017, that I think there are issues with the proposal. You know, I support density. I've supported it all along. But you know, I had suggested you put the density over on the Middlefield side, but I was told, you know, that's not feasible, this and that. And I guess I question feasibility. That's all subjective, if you ask me. Yes, I'm sure there's a bottom line, but, you know, on this project especially, there's no land cost here because the land was owned and they're simply adding units to land that is already owned. So I would think there's more flexibility. I think we've seen that in some of the mitigations, but it really makes me, you know, I just believe that from the very beginning, I had said this is what I think needs to be done to make it a quality project that will succeed and that can be supported by the neighborhood. And it just wasn't, you know, I was on the losing side of votes or just wasn't, folks didn't follow my suggestions. So here we are. And it's interesting because I think about all the projects we've had and I haven't seen this much neighborhood interest since the Madera project in front of the train station about over 10 years ago. But even with that, I feel that over time, the neighbors were, you know, starting to buy into it. And of course, there'll always be opposition. But in this situation, I feel it's been the opposite, where there's been more opposition. And so I guess I really question, you know, how much more could we have listened to the community, or could we have listened to the community earlier on? So in light of that, that's my, you know, my baseline reason that where I can't support this. You know, I could have supported a different project, maybe even a higher density project if the density is in the right place. As far as displacement and, you know, redevelopment, it's interesting. I think this has been a good case example where, you know, there are some underlying conflicts that we have to address. Is displacement more important than public health? You know, I think we should have relocated folks. We could have done a, you know, different, maybe better, maybe even more units on this project. And I just, you know, want to highlight that it seems to be this assumption that rent-controlled units mean low-income tenants, but that's really not the case in all cases. And even in this case, it was maybe 20% that would qualify for low income. My concern is, and I know people have lived through construction, and I've said this before, but I have lived through 4 years of construction about 100 feet from me. And you can close the windows, you can do all that, but I will say it is miserable when you have to do that from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. every single day. And that's what I had to do. And to expect, people to not go outside is just not realistic. I had to go outside, even just to get the mail. So that's what I'm really concerned about is, on paper, this might all look great, but the reality of it is not so great. And I think we just have to be realistic of it. I believe that a lot of these folks will, start out there, but after 6 months, a year, 2 years, they're probably going to move out because it's going to be miserable. And so shouldn't we have been able to relocate them with, a trio financial assistance than frankly letting them, do it on their own? So I think we really have to look at each project case by case and figure out what the real priorities there are and what the real issues there are, and not just make these blanket statements of, this isn't displacement, so it's good, or displacement is bad. I think we really have to look at each issue, each project case by case. I will say too, in terms of vehicle miles traveled, that's another issue. There's no guarantee that everybody who lives here is going to work in Mountain View. And, the internalization rate for North Bayshore was calculated at 27%. So that's less than a third. So it really brings into question how much BMT is going to be reduced. And if you ask me, there was a comment about the folks living in Lathrop. I work on transportation because ultimately I believe that that is just as important as building housing. If you had clean transportation, high-speed rail, Caltrain electrification, you could afford to live a little further away and not worry about GHG emissions. So I think there's this is a lot more complex than people are trying to make this out to be. It's not about being a YIMBY or an NIMBY. I think we really have to look at each case by case. And in this situation, I think I could have supported a different project. I think there were ways to make it better, and it just didn't happen. So unfortunately, I will not be able to support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Well, I will be supporting this project. I won't say at length the reasons why, because many of them have already been stated, but I just wanted to say I really appreciate the Sierra Club proposal. I wish it was proposed 2 or 3 years ago instead of right now, because I would have probably enjoyed supporting that if it had been at that time. I think but what I do appreciate, I think it's time to put protection of more creative ways of protecting heritage trees and tree buffers early on in the process, not at the very end. And then I also wanted to thank staff, particularly for a lot of the last minute or last week, continuing to work on air quality mitigations. I thought that was really important, and I agree with people who say that we need to codify them in the remainder of our projects. And lastly, I guess I'll say I still support doing a Moffett precise plan so that we can fit each of these, because I think there are a lot of other sites on Moffett that people are eyeing for development, and I think we have to fit them carefully into the neighborhood. So I'm looking over my notes. I believe those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And Assistant City Manager Shrivastava, I see your hand up.
Yes, we just wanted to make sure that if a motion was to be made, and that all 4 listed on the staff report were highlighted. So I think one was missed for the addendum.
That may be because it's not in the agenda flow. Can you put it up on the screen? Or Councilmember
Yes.
Lieber, do you have it in?
Okay, Diana can also share, and if Councilmember Lieber has it, that's fine.
Well, I'll have you tell me if it's sufficient that we approve the addendum to the 555 West Middlefield final environmental impact report together with the EIR certified by resolution number 18643 in accordance with California Environmental Quality Act. Is that sufficient?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good. Yes, all components of the motion.
I'm happy to second that.
Anticipated me. Councilmember Lieber, did you want to?
Yeah, I'd love to make a few comments, given the number of hours that I've worried and thought about this. And this is going to require a sacrifice from the people who live there. I've lived next to a construction site. It was actually in an Avalon development where there was a building dug next door with a very large basement, and it was not a pleasant process. And so I don't take this on lightly. I would never be in support of this if I thought that there would be a public health impact. But I think that the most important thing about moving this development forward is that it is in Mountain View. It's not in the Coyote Valley. It's not in the farmland of the coastal zone. It's not out in Modesto. It's mostly not going to require people to sit with their cars or trucks idling in traffic for long periods of time. And there is no clean air measure that I will not support. I've spent most of my political life working on very impactful, actual, real world clean air measures, and worked very, very, very hard for them. I think that this will provide an opportunity for our community. We talk a lot about the missing middle housing. And there is the possibility of condos in the future in terms of this development. But I don't take it lightly, and I don't take it as no impact at all for the people who live there or the people who live nearby. I strongly and specifically wish that we had been able to include the labor factors in this. I'm glad that we were able to expedite those this year, put those back on track. I wish that had happened sooner. I do think that we'll be able to get to the point where we can be among the first cities to apply those to both our own developments and to private developments if we work hard on them. And so I stand very ready to work hard on those labor protections, to work hard on any clean air protections throughout town, throughout the state. But this is something that we can do. And while it will have an impact on the quality of life for people in that area, I think it is a net positive for our city. And it's something that multiple councils have worked on for a very, very long time. And I really applaud our city staff who have worked on this, who have hung in there for the long time. The title MVP has been thrown around. I think they're definitely the OGs now that they've survived years of this. And I just think that it's time to move this particular project forward. And I do believe that it will deliver an environmental benefit for our city and really be a net positive. It's also, I think, going to be a positive example for other cities in our region. There is nothing magical about some of the most valuable land in the world being taken up by parking sheds for cars. And I think that we've got to be more forward thinking than that, and preserve our green belt areas and concentrate housing, jobs, and services in an area where it makes sense and it's efficient and environmentally conscious for them to be. And that's why I'm in support of this project. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? We have a motion from Councilmember Lieber, seconded by Councilmember Showalter for the staff recommendation. There are no additional questions or comments, and I'll ask the city clerk to begin the roll call.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Abikoga?
Hey.
Councilmember Matichak?
No.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-2.
Thank you very much. We do have the council staff committee reports. I'll go ahead and move to continue the meeting past 10 o'clock in case anybody has anything they would like to report. Is there a second? Councilmember Matichak, saw your hand up.
Sorry, I saw Councilmember Abekoga's hand, so I took mine down.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. So Councilmember Abekoga, was that a second? Oh, fantastic. Okay, thank you. And I think we'll need a roll call vote for that as well.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Abikoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
No.
No. Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you. All right, item 7, council staff committee reports. Councilmember Showalter.
I would just like to report that we had a very short council neighborhoods committee meeting to okay the grants that will be forwarded as part of our budget. And we had, I think, 17 neighborhood associations put in applications for grants. So I think that you know, they produce a lot of great activities in the community that build good feelings between neighbors. And then I'd just also like to announce that there will be a regular council neighborhoods meeting for the Grant Sylvan neighborhood this Thursday. And it's, you know, it's always something that makes me really proud to watch the staff answer just the incredible array of questions that come forward. So if you'd like to take part in that, it's going to be this Thursday. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a council youth services committee meeting where we approved the new YAC members for the next year. And I believe that should be coming to council for final approval. I think many of us attended the Luna Vista Apartments opening on Friday, which was exciting, other than the earful I got about parking. I also toured the county jail, and that was really interesting. It was to be able to see something happened to, to see that operation and how it interfaces with our police department operations. So if you ever have a chance to, I highly recommend the tour. As we also, as many of you were there, we were able to host our Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, as well as Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, and about 15 female elected officials from the area for a press conference on the expected Supreme Court decision of Roe v. Wade. And finally, I wanted to talk a little bit, I'm sorry, I know it's late, but I think this is important to mention, and I'll try to follow up with some more written information, but as I've mentioned, I serve on the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority as a part of MTC. And at our last meeting last week, we approved a budget. BAFA received $20 million from the state as seed money to begin this effort. And the focus is on 5 pilot projects that center around actually tenant protections, more affordable housing production, doing an inventory of housing, affordable housing to make it more accessible for folks. And so there's 5 projects in the works. And so we budgeted funds for staff to start those projects. And then the final piece is to begin to move forward on a regional revenue ballot measure. Expectation would be that it would be on the ballot in 2024. And so we budgeted $5 million to start that effort. And I just wanted to highlight that and bring that to everyone's attention, because I know I've heard some talk about whether the city should be going out for some kind of revenue measure for housing. I just, it's difficult to pass 2 similar measures on the same ballot. And I think that we should probably look at the regional measure and see if it would be more prudent for us to join in that effort, because I know that they will need Santa Clara County's support if they want to pass something Bay Area wide. So I'm happy to provide more. I can send links to the information. I've mentioned it to staff, but as we talk more about affordable housing and how to fund it, I just want folks to be aware that this other effort is underway at the regional level. Thank you.
Thank you. And when you do get that information, please do send it, because I had no idea and I'd love to learn more. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. We had a Council Transportation Committee meeting, and at that meeting, we received 2 reports. One on safe routes to schools, the entire program, what's been done in the past and what staff is thinking of in the future. And also we received a report on Vision Zero and local road safety plan. And I don't think I can do those justice tonight. There's a lot of information there. I'd suggest folks go to the city's website and check out the material under the Council Transportation Committee, the most recent meeting, which I think it was last week. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or reports? Not, we'll move to item 8, closed session report. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez. No, I do not have a closed session report this evening.
Thank you. We will now adjourn the meeting. Actually, I had forgotten, Councilmember Abikoga had requested that we adjourn the meeting in honor of Secretary and Congressman Norm Mineta. I don't think that requires a vote. Correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but Councilmember Abikoga, did you want to speak to this a little bit?
Given the late hour, I don't think I need to say much, but as mentioned, Congressman Secretary Norm Mineta was definitely an icon and a real game changer leader of our community and our nation. And unfortunately, he passed away last week. And we send our deepest condolences to the Mineta family. But thank you for adjourning this meeting in his memory. He will be remembered for, I think, for many, many generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you for recommending that we do so. The meeting is adjourned at 11:28 p.m. See you on May 24th, 2022. Here, everyone.
Night.